wherever we are. I'm very confused about this. Himena, up to you.
Okay, thank you, Jerome. Yes, actually, I'm in New York. It's 9 a.m. for me, but it's quite a decent time now. But before it was 6 a.m., but it's all good. So welcome everybody to this session of the Global Public History. This workshop online has been organized by Histories at Risk and the International Federation for Public History, the Explorers, a project that I manage. And this afternoon, well, afternoon for you and morning for me, and like wherever you are, we're going to learn about public history in Japan, China, and in Colombia. The last one in Colombia is going to be in Spanish, moderated by me. I'm from Colombia, so that makes me very happy. But I'm also very happy to introduce today our 3 speakers from Japan. They have been also part of the Explorers in the past, and they did an amazing presentation. So I'm very happy to have with us today Emi Tosawa, Takuya Tokuhara, and Yoku Yamaguchi. So the floor is all yours.
Okay. So shall I go first? Probably just in order on the program. Okay, so hello, my name is Emi Tosawa. I'm a second-year PhD student at the University of Manchester in England. Well, so that's where I am at the moment. So yeah, actually I work with Jerome at the university as well. And yeah, I want to say that first, this is not like a presentation of my specific research work itself, but instead, you know, my focus is very quite like broad. I'm trying to situate Japan in the global public history discussions. And so I look forward to exchange ideas together to put this field of public history forward to make it much more diverse and inclusive global public history. And yeah, for specific Japanese case studies, I think Tak and Yoko will be talking about their fascinating projects after this. So I think they're gonna introduce themselves now, right? Okay, then probably Tak and Yoko.
Okay, nice to meet you, my name. Hi, I'm working at Japanese high school and now running public history at the University of Tokyo. And so today I will present Japanese game from the perspective of the public history. Nice to meet you.
So maybe it will be my turn. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to join this workshop. And I'm joining now from the Japan. It's almost 10 o'clock p.m. now. And my name is Yoku Yamaguchi. And I'm also a PhD student in Tokyo University. And I'm mainly studying about the history of the tourism. And so I'm going to talk about today also the recent policies of Japan concerning tourism. So nice to meet you, everyone.
Okay, then probably I'm going to start my presentation. Is that okay? Okay, let me just start sharing my screen. Can you all see this? Okay, great. Okay, so before I begin, let me explain my background so that you understand why I'm comparing the 2 countries, Britain and Japan. So I was born and raised in Japan, where I completed my bachelor's degree. Then in 2019, I moved to England for my master's, where I encountered the term public history for the first time. So I had never heard of it during my time in Japan. So regarding this field of public history, I've mainly been trained in England, not in Japan. But I find myself really fortunate because I have opportunities to kind of learn about public history topics that have been discussed in Japan, as there are monthly seminars on the topic of public history organized by a Japanese National Network for Public History, which I'm a member of. So, and there were this amazing session yesterday on the topic of, national organizations. But unlike Italy, for example, Japan does not have a kind of official national organization for public history. But we do have this kind of community, more or less like academic community, to discuss public history together. So constantly kind of engaging in discussions on public history, both in Japan and Britain, has made me kind of aware of various differences between public history in the two countries. So, well, as you may notice, the topic I'm addressing does not refer to the physical distance between the two countries, obviously, but well, although it is indeed quite far, but instead, I'd like to share some like differences I've noticed so far based on my kind of experience as a Japanese based in England, and open up discussions that I believe are crucial issues to consider public history. So there are two main things that I'd like to discuss today. Initially, for what sake are we developing public history in Japan, and what are the actual kind of capabilities of that? And secondly, how exactly are we decentering this field of public history, like moving away from Western oriented or like Eurocentric public history, or achieving much more inclusive global public history? So these are something I hear so many times in the UK at conferences or workshop presentations, or in like casual conversations with my colleagues. So decentralization is arguably a huge topic, especially among Anglophone countries. And I'd like to say that it's true that some scholars in Japan kind of see the development of public history based on Western perspectives is also kind of another form of like Western imperialism. And the important point here is, I think, that Japan is still very much in the position receiving the discussions like happening particularly in English language, which makes it kind of understandable that Japan had to import the concept of public history through academia. But is it the fate of like a non-English speaking country? And I think, yeah, to a degree, yes. But what I think more like important is for Japan to not stay in this kind of academic public history, which goes back to the first point. Why are we developing this field in the first place? So, well, apparently Japan is just not developing public history just for the sake of decentralization of this field. So yeah, well, these issues I wrote here are something that I'd like to cover today. Okay, so Britain and Japan have been kind of compared quite a lot, and the similarities have been identified. For instance, like obviously both are islands, but also its history, such as like imperialism, colonialism, but also like monarchies, quite a timely topic in the UK. Even on like Google search, if you type Britain, Japan, it even like automatically suggests UK-Japan similarities, as you can see here. So let me give you some like examples from commentators who express, like, for instance, a writer, Henry Morley, like pairing Japan and Britain, and said Japan is England in the Pacific Ocean, or like in Problems of the Far East, written by George Nathaniel Curzon, said that, you know, Japan is the Britain of the Far East. Or like the University of Warwick in the UK has a module called Two Island Empires, Britain and Japan, 1850 to 1940. Well, although like oversimplification in comparison, well, in general, needs to be critically addressed, but I also get like why people make such comparison, like given British and Japanese histories kind of the similarities. As in the title, they were both like two island empires. But because of these kind of like such similarities we can see in British and Japanese history, I've rather like felt kind of distance at conferences on the topic of decolonization and public history. So the first distance I'd like to talk about is that like active discussions on decolonizing curricula, museums, or like knowledge in Britain have made me kind of reappraise to what extent such discussions are taking place in Japan. And as a historical colonizer among other Asian countries, yet a state not colonized by European countries, Japan has kind of awkwardly been left out in the recent Western discussions about decolonization and public history. So this is something I recently worked with Thomas Serge in our working group called Decolonization Through Public History. So let me share some points from our discussion. So yeah, so this working group happened like last week. So one of the things we were discussing was in kind of activist public history supporting decolonization. So let's say radical public history that embraces activism. So this is something I surely see a lot in public history in the UK. But what I was sharing to that working group was the kind of current difficulties of having radical public history in practice in Japan, particularly when it comes to Japan's colonial history, the history of the country's aggression among other Asian countries. And this is because Japan's colonial history is like very, very like super contested. And there are like reactionary groups, including ultra nationalistic critics online, who like physically or like mentally attack and torture those who work on the history of Japan's aggression, such as so-called like conflict women, sexual slavery by the Imperial Japanese Army in occupied countries. So it puts you in a kind of real risk. So possibly like stabbing or like getting threatening letters. And another difficulty of like radical public history in Japan is simply the public participation or like social movement for present day issues that have historically been established are not as active or like obvious as it is in England, at least. Why is that? That was my question. And I've been trying to identify the reasons behind this. And I definitely need to investigate it a lot more. But one thing I currently understand is that Japan's kind of like social virtue of like staying in harmony makes people hesitant to make a social change. And borrowing some insights from like social psychology, we can see data comparing the social nature of Britain and Japan, developed based on the social psychologist Gerd Hofstede's analysis. So there was this description on this website. So it says Japanese society shows many of the characteristics of a collectivistic society, such as putting harmony of group above the expression of individual opinions, and people have a strong sense of shame for losing face. And Japanese are experienced as collectivistic by Western standards, so including the UK, and experienced as individualist by Asian standard. So as a Japanese, I would say such national characteristic is something kind of experienceable and quite accurate. So this kind of like by the public aspect of public history does not so obviously exist. So, but should we just be like reluctant in this situation? Well, I don't think so. Well, I admit that there are many like difficulties to develop public history in practice, particularly radical public history. But rather, because of these difficulties, I do believe that Japan should develop the discussions on public history. It sounds a bit paradoxical because I'm saying difficulties of public history, but we should develop public history. But like, well, let me just explain. So currently, as I mentioned briefly, Japan's public history is still very much academic public history. But if we keep developing this field of public history and make it possible to like work under the name of public history, that can bridge people working on history in different fields, like including like academic historians, archivists, curators, or like activists in social movement, that will make a lot easier to collaborate kind of one another and develop solidarity, because I think they do exist already, just working separately right now, and thus tending to be like kind of invisible. And yeah, this solidarity was something we talked in yesterday's sessions as well. But I think, yes, the term solidarity is a bit tricky thing. as there are always some like groups of people whom you don't want to work with, like historical revisionists, for example. But I believe this is like where academic historians can fully kind of use their ability to closely examine historical sources as one of the members of public history field, not as the top authority to make history. So that's a huge difference. And well, but we sometimes, like here, not necessarily in Japan, it's like anywhere actually, but like public history does not seem that necessary, as it's just using a new term to refer to existing like studies such as like public folklore, public anthropology, public archaeology, such and such, you know. And yeah, that does make sense. And but yeah, there are kind of like overlaps. And I admit that like public history seems to be similar to the existing studies or like disciplines or fields when seeing it in a scope of academia, but not in the real world or like societies out there, if we consider the application of this historical methodology to the present day issues, for example. So I think it has potential to develop completely new discussions in a progressive way that can democratize history, particularly for those who have been marginalized, to be included, even if it is contested history. So I think Japan really should move away from academic public history. I'm not saying we should move away from academic history. It's academic public history. This kind of like the dichotomy between the public and academia is more or less one of the common issues shared in Britain and Japan, but the kind of dichotomy is much stronger in Japan, I think. And what I mean by this is that public history projects, even like collaborative one with the public in Japan, the authority is still very much in academic historians, and the concept of public history itself is also still in the possession of academic historians. And I'm not saying that like analysis of the public are unnecessary. No, it's definitely we need that as well. But my point is that academic historians speaking for the public on behalf of them can lead to academic historians another appropriation of history in or like with the public, which is perhaps the re-deprivation of historically marginalized people's voices. So that loses so many significances of developing public history, which is supposed to make history more like inclusive. So I honestly like appreciate having like Japanese national network for public history, but I also believe it's probably time to move away from such like academic public history, given what public history can possibly do. Yeah, so, okay, nearly the end of my presentation. So this is the last slide. So lastly, I'd like to suggest some of my ideas for how to decenter the field of public history based on what we've known about the situation in Japan. So what steps do we need? So most of the time I go to conferences, like people keep asking me what public history is like in Japan. And in many cases, our conversations go towards like how to decenter the field of public history. And the answer tends to be the kind of participation of Japan or any other hitherto marginalized countries in this field is believed to be necessary for the decentralization. And that's absolutely a good first step, but it's not like specific enough. So as has been seen, the state of public or like the relationship between public and academia is very different in each country. So for the better understanding of each country's nature or state relating to public history, it requires kind of diverse insights from multiple disciplines. For instance, just as I used social psychology to understand the nature of the public in Japan, interdisciplinarity will be one of the key elements, I believe. And second, opportunities to share like social, cultural, religious, or like political context to let us deeply understand other countries' situation is necessary, by which I mean much more active international conversations are also very important. So for example, the attacks on historians of Japan's colonial history, are not well-known situation because of the language barrier. The reactionary groups like verbal attack on Twitter, for example, are mostly in Japanese. Thus, the space to share such like national context is very useful, as I'm doing. And lastly, the international collaboration. This will be really helpful when it comes to contested history that is difficult to domestically talk about in the public. So for the case of Japan's aggression during the World War II, the National Museum of Singapore, for example, is like displaying the history of Japanese occupation there from 1942 to 1945, and explaining the bombings and other aggressive things Japan did. So if, collaborations like with their curators, for example, may spark kind of like international discussions on Japanese colonial history from outside of the country. So these are my, what I wanted to say. And to achieve these, we already have like these amazing teams like today, and to make such international collaborations or like conversations possible, and one of the organizers of this event, IFPH Explorers, led by Jimena, let us like organize an online international event on like anything related to public history. And the Histories at Risk Network, the other organizer of this event, led by Jerome, provides us a safe kind of space to discuss difficult history, which is like crucial. So yeah, this is an event, has honestly been awesome. Thank you. So yeah, let's make the most of it hereafter as well. So thank you very much, Jimena and Jerome. And this is the end of my presentation. Thank you for listening. Thank you.
Thanks, Emmy.
Okay, and next is my turn, or some questions?
No, I think we could go with you, talk, and then we leave questions for the end, because everybody agrees
Okay.
with that.
Okay, got it. So I share my screens, slides. Okay, can you see my slides? Okay, thank you. So nice to meet you. It's so lovely to see you all. My name is Takuya Tokuhara. Working as a teacher in an international high school in Japan, mainly for the IB baccalaureate course. And now I am currently enrolled in a master's degree program at the University of Tokyo. So my current interest is about consumer culture and the relationship between the people's consumer activities and public history. From this perspective, today I would like to discuss with you that who the public is in Japan, taking up digital games and its fandom activities in Japan. But unfortunately, my English is not so well, so my expressions may be some buggy and difficulties, but I have been looking forward to discuss this with you for a long time, since there are no programs for studying public history in Japan yet. So, and I'm currently considering studying abroad for my PhD, so I'm glad to see you today. And to beginning, I want to propose the contents and the question in my presentation. In considering the distance between consumer activities and the public history in Japan, my presentation consists of three main parts. Firstly, I would like to clarify the difficulty of thinking about who the public in Japan, mainly from the translation perspective. The term public in Japan is not taken literally as a term that broadly refers to the people outside academia. Rather, it comes closer to meaning official or state or sensible citizen or national. This limits the range of people that can be covered by public history in Japan. Therefore, as the first point, we question the scope of the public in Japan. Secondly, in considering this public in Japan, I would like to find possibilities in consumer activities such as those covered by popular history. This is also related to the fact that I am a high school teacher. As a high school teacher, I often hear comments like these at the workshop or conference on historical educations. They say, oh, our students find history boring or don't see significance of history. However, these same students enjoy and consume history through Japanese manga, comics, animations, and games. So we historians in academia tend to take a hard look at the representations of history in such popular culture. Moreover, these who consume popular culture using such history are not necessarily interested in history itself. However, in reality, many members of the public, at least in Japan, in other words, a large part of the public, such people. Many people are not necessarily fond of or interested in history. In fact, they might even say that hate history in my classroom, probably. However, if it is interesting, they will come into contact with history through their consumer behavior, etc. Such two-sided people may, in fact, constitute the majority of the public, at least in Japan, I think. I would like to consider user-driven public and popular history in Japan, including the particular some issues, but at the same time, taking up the popular games in Japanese market. Third and finally, I would like to examine the perspective and challenges that this focus on consumption activities bring to the public history. The keywords are the gentrified or convergence markets and gendered ordered markets, and convergence. The market for games, animations, manga in Japan are probably structured according to the gender structure. And we believe that the difference in these structures have influenced the historical perspective of fandom. However, convergence, socially. And we believe, we believe that the difference in these structures have influenced the historical practice of fandom. However, fandom itself has common features of historical practice. That is, that they are practicing with media convergence. I'd like to present this perspective and discuss with you the present from which perspectives from which we perceive the public. And in Japan, taking out the first programs, in Japan, the literal translation of the word public is oyake or koukyo. Has two meanings in the dictionary. The first, government office, also state, not privately owned, common, public, for public, and society in general. Koukyo, also society as a whole or the state or public authorities involved in it. So the difficulty in translating the word public in Japan is that, as stated above, the Japanese translation of public includes a nuance of formal or national. This confusion is often manifested in other translations as well. In humanities whole, the concept of public has been introduced in various areas in recent years. However, the use of the term public or oyake is variable with regard to their nomenclature. For example, in the fields of archaeology and sociology, the terms koukyo is used in translation, koukyo shakaigak in Japanese, but while in pedagogy and the humanities in general, the term public is often used in English form. The confusion in this terminology is due to the unique nuance of the word public in Japan. As mentioned earlier, and Emi-san also mentioned, the word public in Japan translates to oyake or koukyo, and that is associated with the nuance such as national and official. Furthermore, the history of the academic term itself is also involved in here. As Japan has been less receptive to the Western derived concept of public, particularly in Japanese academia, the term public is often associated with Jürgen Habermas's concept of public sphere. When the word public is translated to koukyo, the Habermasian concept of public is often associated with it. In other words, as Emi-san mentioned, the concept of public in Japan has been accepted as a concept of Western origin because it is academicians who accepted that and translate the word public. Therefore, public history in Japan now tended to focus on merely the public variable from the perspective of academia. And the sphere outside of that, from that, tended to be invisible. It is said that public history in Japan have likely see primarily the good public that relatively kind to historiography. On the other hand, also see the bad public, revisionist or naysayer. The question of how translate public in Japan cannot be separated from the debate on the who public in Japan refers to. This presentation is therefore an attempt to consider what public means in Japanese context. In doing so, it is aided by the argument, but as David Dean puts it in his book, Comparison to Public History, that we should move from the singular form of the public to the plural form, the publics. David Dean does not consider public to be singular. He stated each country has its own publics, and Nancy Fraser criticizes the Habermas's public sphere as having been established while excluding women and certain minorities. And Nelly, in her paper, in the book Popular and Public History, edited by Jerome de Groot, asked how public could be established in China. In Japan, too, public is polysemic. There is a first of all official publics, which means oyake. There are also historical practices that take place in public spaces outside historiography, such as museums, art galleries, libraries, and archives, which are relatively familiar with academic historian. These publics are aimed at these who are relatively favorably disposed towards history as academia. That's same here. In the opposite case, we as a historian often examine, criticize a bad public such as revisionists. That is also an important job to keep our society historically truthful by encountering these and criticizing them. However, what I want to focus on today are people who, as I mentioned earlier, are not that interested in history itself or even consider it boring, so they are not such revisionist or naysayer, but they are the vast majority of our classroom or society. They may find content such as games and animations interesting and participate in historical practices through their consumption activities. It seems to me that these who engage in such consumption activities are the public who are largely shut out of high school classroom spaces, university general education, history classes, and public lectures. We historians have called for a crisis of history or numerous occasions. Somehow we have tried to connect people with history. That being in the case, I have devoted a lot of attention to the good public who willingly visit museums and think about history, or bad public who are committed to revisionism or denialism. In public history, the analysis of game has focused on both production and consumption. For example, production analysis has looked at the involvement of forgot my statement somehow. But I think, yes, denialism, but I think many people live in the world somewhere between the good and bad. We believe that the people who are most numerous are those who are not so much that interested in history, or who are somehow not so much good at it, or who like it a little bit, but not enough to learn it themselves. So when we think about working with the public, we want to make these people visible. That is why today I want to focus on the games. So in public history, the analysis of game has focused on both production and consumption. For example, production analysis has looked at the involvement of historians in the historical supervisions in game encyclopedia, architecture, or other aspects, for example, such as Assassin's Creed or civilization studies of consumption. On the other hand, look at gaming communities such as fandoms in game Wikipedia or online forums. In this analysis, the argument of Hillary King and Paul Ashton are often cited. They argued for democratizing history by removing the distinction between the historian and the public. For example, Nick Weber and Charlotte Stevens' history fandom and online game communities discusses how historians' own skill of historical accuracy and interpretation and how they are used by the general public. This study is important because it attempts to combine their perspectives of fandom studies with the public history. I also want to apply the concept of convergence here. And the Weber and Stevens study discussed, it was noted that the game player moved back and forth between virtual and reality space real space experiences, and they do not keep their game experiences within the game itself. It is also important to point out that Weber research certain media forms can become less reliable as history among people. I focus on the games as medium because games have traditionally been understood as a prime example of such a medium that reduces the credibility of history. However, I believe that in analyzing historical practices in game today, it is not enough to analyze only games or only producers or only fandom. I think we should rather focus on the relationships between these actors. This is because online fandom and the gaming community now go beyond in games and online forums about their game. They connect each other on their SNS or other areas. And the internet in complex ways, various practices in other media such as live gaming and media mixing and convergent in a variety of media. And this is one of the Japanese most successful marketized game, Fate Grand Order. FGO is one of the most successful in business in Japanese smartphone game to use historical figures as characters. FGO is the latest smartphone versions of game that began in 2004 as a computer game version of visual novel Fate series and has since found many successors. The game is one of the most biggest selling smartphone games in Japanese game market and has been developed into other media such as an animated and anime film movie in 2006 or 10, 14, and 2017 repeatedly. The basic setting of the stories for much of the series is based on the motif of modern world with mixture of magic and science fiction. The basic design is that the protagonist bring historical and mythological heroes into the present day to fight over the Holy Grail. From our historians' point of view, it does not seem to place much importance on historical accuracy or historical honesty, historical truthfulness. And often, often the characters in this work are overly caricatured. And we can point a number of problems with this game. Nevertheless, as a game about history and mythology, it has also found some interesting historical practices through the interpretation and historical exploration by many fandoms. This ambivalence is an interesting aspect of this game, which attracts many people between good and bad public, first of majority. Firstly, we look at an example of Japanese game causing public trouble. This Fate Grand Order, SGO, I will discuss the case of Parvati as an example of how this game caused trouble. In 2017, the Hindu deity Parvati appeared in this game, featuring this game, and that triggered a troublemaking incident involving a wide range of international users beyond Japan. The criticism at that time can be summed up in the following points. First is calling Parvati an object of faith, calling Parvati a servant shows a lack of respect for the faith of other community. And second, for example, the spear called Trishula, used by Parvati in this game, belong to Lord Shiva in Hinduism. They should have been introduced after more respectful research. And third, the game should have been more carefully considered as they have a lasting impact of teenagers. This criticism can also be found other cases in this game. Basically, the game tends to portray the historical characters in the game in an overly caricatured way, which poses challenges both in terms of production and consumption. On the other hand, however, the intersection of fans and media companies seeking to commercially exploit the fan community has produced some interesting historical practices through the media convergence centered on this work. See the following YouTube channel screenshot. This channel is run by a major Japanese company with a focus on internet-related business. The concept of the channel is that experts in the subject matter of a particular game work will invited, and one of the most popular experts, Fujimura Shishin, researcher on the reception history and ancient Greek mythology. Shishin's popularity is similar to what Jerome calls celebrity historian in his book. Shishin dressed in costumes with ancient Greek motifs and talk in a light-hearted manner as if she herself came from ancient Greece. So users and audiences listen to such talks by Shishin and joke with each other in the comments section that she's an ancient Greek. She's real ancient Greek, came from Greeks. And Shishin consciously exploits her fandom's consumption of content. From the perspective of authority, what we see here is a negotiation between the producer and users who consciously exploit their authority rather than the ideal shared authority. Shared authority is not an, yes, this is negotiations, not negotiations or uses the authority in their opportunity to catch up their opportunities. That is not an ideal shared authority. And while using this, Shishin also lays historical sincerity into the caricatured characterization of fate from the perspective of the reception history of Greek mythology, and tries to share this with user. Take, for example, the conversation in the following that instrument which discuss Asclepius. Here, Shishin notes that the staff held by Asclepius in the game has a single snake coiled around it, and in the design of carved staff, and that this staff is often mistaken for another mythological staff made by metal and two snakes coiled around it, which is cheap, and that is staff was taken in indication that Asclepius live with the people. Yes, the one is often mistaken for another mythological metal one with two serpents around it, and that the one is perceived as a sign of Asclepius with Asclepius, explaining the audience how interesting it to interpret history and mythology in their designs. And in the instrument featured, another example of Troya hero Hector. We will also focus on his Durandal, whereupon it will then be explained how his form was shaped by the influence of post-Renaissance literature, and how the reception of mythology is also related to the historical background. Receiving these explanations and writing comics, that novels and fan art, keeping the stories of the characters who are not depicted in the work themselves, are part of the major fandom activities in this fate work. Furthermore, due to the popularity of Shishin's YouTube channel, the discussion of company distribution company LiveDraw has been distributing video in which travel companies are asking to build travel plans called pilgrimage in Japanese otaku terminology to the location that where models for fate work. The company has also distributed a video showing the fate work. Furthermore, Shishin has origined a course for fate fans of reading its Idiot and as a result of publicity spread through the social networking sites, tickets for the course were sold out within a few days. When looked at in this way, it is clear that the work of fate is work with a very ambivalent understanding. On the other hand, from the point of view of serious historians, the work causes many problems by adapting historical figures, and conversely, by failing to pay attention to detail or historical truthfulness. But it is not also the work itself, but also the fandom outside of it, the popular historians like Shishin who participate in it, and the corporate drive to profit from it, that places it at the heart of people's historical practices as a subject for historical interpretations. And this in itself is triggered in part by the fact that the work of popular video game and appeal to many consumers as an ambivalent world with both public good and public aspects. And thirdly, as a final point of discussion, I would like to examine the perspective that focus on consumption activities bring to the consideration of public and the challenges that lie ahead. It must be noted that these markets are gender structured. The work circulating in Japanese popular culture market are fundamentally gender structured. For example, when we reported that IFPH Explorer last year, I reported at IFPH Explorer last year, we discussed Japanese manga, which is gendered in cases manga boys, girls, and adults manga. Similarly, in this case of fate, the majority of users are male. On the other hand, in the case of sword dance token Rambu, for example, the majority of users are female. Gender structure also influences the way in which works consumed and fandom activities, which works such as token Rambu, sword dance, which have a large female consumer base in Japan, are often adapted into the musicals based on game or animations. Fans of these productions actively attend these musicals and develop fandom activities. The general nature of market probably includes the potential for problems of sexism and aesthetic exploitation. Therefore, gender analytical perspective will be more necessary when we examine the issue of public or popular history in Japan from the aspect of consumption. Yes, we would like to continue our research on this part. Yes, and last, as identified above, I believe that the focus on consumption activities is important, at least in Japan, in order to shed a light of how the public, including more general public, engaging with the purse. This is not say my position is mere relativism or mere nihilism. Rather, I believe that in order to move society in more public good direction, it is necessary to look at this vast area in between the good and bad. which we as public historian work with studies on historical issues in the classroom space or upper secondary schools on a daily basis. This is because we believe that in order to move society in a more public good direction, we need to look at this, vast majority. Many students who enter high school from Japanese junior high school certainly think that history is boring, unfortunately, or that it is just something to memorize in beginning. However, as they think about various issues together, it is a joy to see that they come into contact with many aspects of history and find them enjoyment in them, such as I thought history was just memorizing, but it is so much fun to thinking about the history. I find it. Thinking and interpreting is difficult. I think that these people who are between good public and bad public potentially have the potential to change to either good or bad. Therefore, I think it is important to approach these people. When focusing, thank you very much for your kind attention. We look forward to continuing our discuss with you when this is over. So sorry for long presentations. Feel free to contact me on Twitter or Facebook or email. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Tak. It was great. And your English is great. So,
So thank you.
everybody understood everything. Yeah, thank you. Yoko, it's your turn.
Yeah, all right. So please wait a second. Yeah. Sorry. Sorry. Could anyone see my slides now? Right? Yeah. So I like to start now. And nice to meet you. I'm Yoko Yamaguchi, and as I mentioned, I mainly studying about the history of tourism. And sorry, the title is a bit maybe different from the written timetable of today's workshop, but today I'd like to talk about the recent politics in Japan, especially about the domestic tourism and the historical resources. And so for the beginning, let's see a very, very brief history for the Japanese policy about the tourism. So maybe we'd better to skip about for the detail, but around the age of the 1890s, Japan experienced so-called modernization, and the government or industry always try to keep pace with or emulate the European or American nation state. And also they try to emulate the tourism industry and try to gain the whole foreign currency through tourism. And after the World War II and Japan was defeated, and the tourism was also again regarded as a very key factor for economical development. So in 1963, it was 1 year before the Tokyo Olympics, the government announced the Tourism Basic Act, and its main purpose was also to gain the foreign currency through tourism. And although in 1980s, Japan undertook the promotion for outbound tourism, because at the time there were many financial conflicts, especially between Japan and the US, and so Japan wanted to mitigate it through making Japanese tourists spend much more money in abroad. But it's very I think, exceptional cases in history. And also it caused the great cleavage between the number of the inbound tourists in Japan and that of the outbound ones. So since 2000, the government runs the new policies concerning tourism. And the most famous one is that of the round in 2007 called the Tourism Promotion Basic Law. And it was the revision of the Tourism Act announced in 1963. And so let's see what changed. So here is some quotation from its preface. And sorry, the letter is a bit small, but I marked with bold letter the parts added to this new law. And it's also the Article 13, and maybe we can say that in new law, the Japanese government try to underline the importance of the regional economy development and also the historical resources as a tourism attraction. And also, as investigation before this pandemic of the COVID-19, the investigation shows that the domestic tourism market is growing. And also the motivation among the Japanese tourists when we see about the investigation of the subject, to visit to historical or cultural site is not the top one, but we can say it's because ranked fourth, so very important factors. And so in this context, the Japanese government recently launched some project to support the regional tourism, featuring the historical resources. The primary one is that I presented now in slide. It may be a bit difficult to translate, but maybe it's like the governmental support for investment in the development of regional tourism, and called like touristic community planning with regional historical resources. And so it goes like, it started since 2016, and to this project can apply the municipalities or local companies, and if the project passes, the government mainly give them to the financial support, especially for the renovation of old town houses called kominka in Japanese, the building like this, or also the government supported also the restoration of old city district, especially around the old castle in Japanese pre-modern era. And the summary of this project said like this. So in rural region, there are so many historical resources, but the municipality have to differentiate it from the others for attracting more tourists. So, and so in this context, the number of the renovated old townhouses is growing and growing. So as the investigation shows, in 2021, the number of the renovated old townhouse would reach almost 3 times as many as before this project was conducted. And also this summary implicate recent problem in Japanese rural areas. For example, since 1990s, regional inequality is one of the biggest problems in Japanese society, and especially the urban area. For example, the Tokyo or Osaka, the biggest city in Japan, accumulating not only financial power, but also the many population, and many rural areas are now faced with a rural flight and depopulation in countryside. And also, this problem is heavily related to the problem of the increase of the empty houses in countryside, which means there are so many houses remain abandoned, and it's causing the hindrance or risks of security in countryside. So, in order to resolve this question, in order to resolve this question, the government and the municipality invest in the renovation of the old houses. So, because it let them reuse ancient empty houses, and also invent tourist attraction, and also it could offer job opportunity for rural regions. So, and also from the last year, the government also launched a new project of financial support for regional tourism. It's titled like profitable branding project through regional touristic resources, and in Japanese nuance, it sounds very how can I say capitalism like sound, but this project is also try to support the invention of the new touring plan or new regional project, a product, or new, how can I say, the experience program for tourists. And also in this project, the government also underline the importance of the history as a key factor for the tourist destination. And so although my presentation is far away from the perfect analysis, but I hope we had a very brief look about the recent policies in Japan concerning tourism and historical resources. But naturally, they raise some questions. At first, in these policies I mentioned before, they doesn't define what the word historical or history means. So if we look closely at the content of the law or project, the word historical or history appears always very ambiguous word. For example, in the case of the project of the renovation of old townhouses, it looks like from the beginning of this project, the historical site seems equals automatically the old townhouses or otherwise old castle or a temple. But in reality, especially when it comes to the word old townhouses, the word old townhouse itself is undefined word. It's only understood generally as houses older than 15 years, and it's not the technical term. So as far as I know, there seems to be no plain explanation about why they are historical sites and why it would be historical tourism if we renovate these buildings. And the second question, although there are many projects for the regional tourism going on now in Japan, and historical sites attract many tourists, but if we look at the case, at least the cases of the domestic tourism, the historical heritage become less and less alluring during these 10 years. So, and it also goes with the widening gap among each regions. So as one investigation shows, in 2014, the proportion of Japanese tourists who visited historical sites was around 40%, but it falls to less than 30% in 2019. So, and also in the result of the 2019, there were only 3 prefectures who surpassed the 50% of the tourists who enjoyed the historical site. And it's Kyoto, Nara, and the Shimane prefecture. And when we look at the top 5 regions, and Kyoto and Nara, the top two regions, how can I say, the ancient capital region of Japan, who located royal court, and also the third and the fourth one, the Shimane and the Mie, have the most prestigious shrine in Japan, which heavily linked with the Japanese national foundation myth. And so in top 5 region, except to Hiroshima Prefecture, where the atomic bombs was dropped during World War II, they all are regions which possessed so-called traditional pre-modern shrines or heritage or political building, and so we can also be these regions has very authorized national resources. So despite of the recent project for promotion of the regional tourism, and its efficiency is not yet clear. And also the image of historical sites among the domestic tourists seems to be intact. And if not, it has become a little bit more conservative image. So, and also the third question. So as I pointed, the ambiguity of the word historical in the tourism policies, it seems to me that it's also unclear about what we should conserve as historical traces. For this, we can take an example from the cases of the Hanamachi, which is the term for all the, how can I say, red light districts we could find in numerous regions before the end of the World War II. So in many cases, these areas also had many prostitution and brothel house, and now, but these regions also have many historical old town houses. So some recent tourism agency or company renovated that kind of a building into hotel or retail or a cafe or restaurant as historical site. But in many cases, they don't mention clearly what happened inside in these buildings. So it seems to be eliminating the trace of the shady past and looks like the tourism gentrification as termed by the Gotham, the sociologist. But I think it's a very difficult question, not only for historian or sociologist, but also for the inhabitants. Because in many cases, this gentrification is also connected with the demand from the residents, and this demand can coexist with their respect for its shady past. For example, the Kyoto city is now conducting the city planning and renovation in Kikuhama district, where there had been the biggest brothel in Kyoto, and also many Japanese mafia lived here. And there are many local residents who admire the sordid history of this district, but also hope to clean up the shady image of this area. So, and their opinion about the locals are separated about whether they should conserve the old brothel or not. So, and at the end. So as I learned history in university, especially through so-called positivism research methodology. So, and when I see recent and hear about the recent tourism policies, I often would inclined to think about, it's a distorted past, or it's a gentrification of the past, or it's really the capitalistic commercialism of the history. But in many cases, these tourism projects are deeply connected with a serious problem of the rural areas or residents of that places. So it seems to me that there are also questions concerning us. So especially how to react to these current projects and how to keep a balance between the academic knowledge and demand from locals. And although I've never done such activity yet, but I imagine maybe some of you already had or will have occasion to join that kind of the touristic project. So it would be great pleasure for me if you let me know your opinions. So thank you. That's the end of my presentation.
Thank you so much, Yoko. Thank you, Emmy, Tak, and Yoko for your amazing presentations. I'm opening the floor for questions from the audience, if you have any. I see that Jerome posted one. Should I read it, Jerome?
I can read it.
Okay.
I was just interested in whether all three of you thought about that public history was becoming more interesting to a younger generation, either through games or through a bit more of a critical reevaluation of post-Second World War history, really, and whether there's that kind of distance that allows a younger generation to be more comfortable with the idea of public history as a critical discourse. Does that make sense?
Okay, shall I go first? So about the younger generation in Japan, okay, yeah. Well, this is something I've been thinking about as well, because I think in the UK, younger generations, like, they are much more interested in public history. I think, I don't know if, and Jerome, you agree, but in Japan, so among the members of this Japanese network for public history, actually us, like Tak, Yoko, and I, we three are kind of like the kind of team youngest generation. Let's say.
Okamoto is in his 80s. So yeah.
And
Reality.
I think because we've imported this concept of public history through academia, so there are already like historians, who've been working for quite a long time in Japan already, like having different, like, a project they're working on, and then, like, now currently, like, reading some scholarships from outside of Japan. So it's like, it's not something like young generations kind of like developing the field, like, as a kind of like someone who's like developing as a kind of leading scholar. That's not the thing in Japan, I think. But I realize that younger generation in the UK, at least, tend to be much more interested in, like, history on social media, for example. So definitely generation thing is like something reflected in interest, I think. Yeah, what do you think, Tak and Yoko?
Definitely agree with you. So I mean, and from my perspective as a history teacher at the high school, so it is true that younger generations relatively a little interesting in the public history, but yes, I see there are serious historians, academic historians in Japan. and also my boss at the University of Tokyo see the public history. Oh, it is funny and catchy, but not serious. They think so. That is the truth I think, in my perspective, in Japanese a majority of historians. But nowadays, for 2 or 3 years, becoming more and more historians becoming accepted. It is interesting and it is important to think about the public history. And also, first, from my perspective as a history teacher, many historical education, the historical pedagogy field accepted public history more積極的に. So yes. So the most sales books in Japan historical education at last year is the book by the Linda Lebstick and Tim Burton doing history, and the present of the past by the Tesamori Suzuki. So many of the historical educators think it important to think about a public history, I think. Yes.
Thank you. And there's a question from Xiang in the chat as well.
Yes.
Xiang.
Following Jerome's question, I would like to ask, what is the role of the Second World War in Japanese public history now? In Germany, it's almost the most important topic in public history and historical education. And one comment for talk about historical education and public history. In Germany, these two disciplines are closely related, and the younger professors in public history usually come from the background of historical education.
So I see that the World War II is still a very big problem on the Japanese historical education. The both as a invader and as the side of attack or invade or on Asia and damaged by the atomic bomb. Both sides is very essential topic on Japanese historical issues, but revisionist attacks now still attacks strongly on the side of Japanese invader aspect. So it is very crucial point to think about like historical education in Japan. Yes, I think.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
No, sorry, go, Emmy, go.
No, I'd like to add to that one point. You know, there was like in 1990s, I think there was this like historical, like a social movement against repression groups kind of led social movement to whitewash national history, the Japan's colonial history, and currently still it exists. And I think just going back to Jerome's question as well, I think that I can see the connection between Shunyan's and Jerome's question and the colonial decolonization and public history and the situation in Japan. So what I want to say is like, I think the name of public history can actually, you know, bridge people kind of working on decolonization through public history, decolonization, through public history. And then they exist, like those who try to decolonize the country's history, but they're working it separately. And we don't really have this, like, you know, we haven't had this community to, you know, like people working in different fields to share their opinions on the colonial history. So definitely, I believe that public history can kind of like, you know, lead to this solidarity among these like people. But at the same time, we need to, you know, we shouldn't forget that that also applies to revisionists as well. They can have this like solidarity. So probably their solidarity is super strong right now, especially online. And that means public history can actually provide kind of like space for historical revisionists to connect as well. That's definitely we need to think about. Yeah, but that's why I believe like academic historians, well, sadly, some historical revisionists are historians, but just let's just like believe academic historians are not non-revisionists. And then if academic historians can actually, prove, that this is what historical sources saying, and we can provide that information as one of the members of public history field, not as the authority. That's the key thing, I think. Yeah, that's just like some random thoughts on it. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Is there anyone who has a question? If not, I have a question for Tak, but I mean for you three. Tak, you mentioned in your presentation about good and bad history, in quotation marks. I would like you to elaborate a little bit on that, or that has to do with Emmy was mentioning between the tension between academic historians and non-academic historians. And I also have a question that's just, I'm curious about, since you're a high school teacher, how do you teach your students history in a way that it's not so boring, as you were actually saying?
In Japanese context, many teachers used to be lecturing, only lecturing the history storytelling, that and teacher tended to the focus on to improve their technique of storytelling. But nowadays, in 2 or 4 or 5 years, we as a history teacher group established working team and negotiate to the governments, and now in changing our history teaching diplomacy. So Japanese historical teaching diplomacy, and yes, just like it is so difficult to explain. Yes, so in Japan nowadays, in Japanese context, historical education context, more and more it is famous. It is more and more famous to adapt the Linda Rebstick and Tim Burton's approach, or doing history approach, and think we teacher more and more require the students to think or debate or students to make a story of their own history and negotiate with us history teacher, and what is the truthful, what is the accuracy, what is authentic, what is more important. The discussion is more and more getting more and more important, and yes.
Okay, thank you. And I also have a question for Yoko. Yoko, when you were talking about the policies of the government and the sites and everything, can you tell us a little bit about the communities themselves? Do they work with the government? How was their reaction to those policies, etc.?
You mean the community of historians? Or
no, the communities where the historic sites were, for example, like when the government issued the policies and stuff.
How can I say? I don't know. It's this term used also outside Japan, but the recent movement, recent characteristic of the government policy is they try to, how can I say, activate the so-called DMO, the local community group, and so the government try to be a middleman between the local community and the national authority, and giving the financial support. And so how can I say that there are so many regional community, they try to make their region more attractive. Also in this community, the local historians or local specialists, or right, for example, the architect historians or local historians also participate in this kind of the tourism innovation. But at the level of the national registration, as far as I can see, there are few historians, or there are few historians in the, how can I say, the central committee. So it's a, how can I say, how can I say, it's also so many community disseminated in Japan now. So it's a bit difficult to see the entire image of the what's happening inside in the Japan rural areas, and what's doing the local community. But so yeah, sorry, it's not enough, but it's right.
No, it's enough.
Yeah.
It's enough. It's enough. Thank you. We are out of time, but just as a final comment, I want to thank you, Yoko, Taka, and Emi. It was a pleasure to see you again and to hear your presentations. They were amazing. And I also like thinking about the presentations we had yesterday and the one this morning. The one thing that has come up constantly is the tension between academic history and non-academic history. I think we still need, as public historians, to keep thinking about that and how to make our messages more like friendly and available to everybody. That's the work we're doing. That's the work that Histories at Risk does, and also Explorers does. And I want to invite you in 5 minutes for our next presentation, who's going to be about public history in China. And thank you very much for being here.
Thank you very much.
Thank
So
you.
much.
Thank you, and we'll be back in 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, good morning still in New York, and wherever you are, welcome again to this session on public history in China. Again, for those who were not here before, this is the second day of the online workshop of Global Public History organized by Histories at Risk and the IFPH Explorers. This afternoon, we have a special session about public history in China, as mentioned before, and today we'll be speaking with us Shuyan Song, Tim Su, and Gong Se. So the floor is all yours. Welcome.
Thank you for the introduction. I'm the first presenter today. My name is Shuyang Song, and my colleagues Tim Xu and Gong Zhe will also give their presentations. We are writing our names in different traditions. I would like to tell you more on my PowerPoint presentation. Do you see my screen?
Yes.
Yes, great. Then.
Yes.
My name is Shuyang Song, but in Chinese it's written like this with 3 characters. Song Shuyang. Song is family name and Shuyang is given name. I am a PhD student at the Free University of Berlin. And because I'm based in Berlin now, I use this reversed version and westernized version of my name. So just call me Shuyang. The title of my presentation is Being a Public Historian Between China and Germany. In my presentation, I would like to introduce first myself, and then the situation of public history in China, and my personal experience of coming to public history through German history and being a public historian between China and Germany. First, I would like to shortly talk about public history in mainland China. I'm only talking about mainland China and not Taiwan because I don't know the situation there very well and their political system is different. The only public history master program in mainland China is at the Chinese University of Hong Kong. It's called Comparative and Public History. Tim studied in this program, but he chose the focus of comparative history. In this program, you don't necessarily learn a lot about public history if you don't want to choose that focus. And in other parts of mainland China, there is simply no public history master program. But there are some groups of public history advocates. I would like to divide them into 3 groups. All the Chinese names here are placed in the Chinese order. So the family name first and the given name on the second place. The first group of public history advocates in China are professors in modern Chinese history. They argue that people should use more oral history methods in modern Chinese history and communicate their findings to the public. Their representatives are Jiang Meng from Renmin University in Beijing, who also published internationally, and Sun Jiang at Nanjing University, who is working in a big interdisciplinary center of memory studies in Nanjing. He also studied in Japan, so he has good connections with Japanese historians. The second group of public history advocates are people introducing public history overseas. Li Na from Zhejiang University introduces public history from North America, where she also studied public history in. The professor for German history at East China Normal University in Shanghai, Meng Zhongjie, is an advocate of German public history in China. Li Na and Meng Zhongjie are advocating public history since about 2013, introducing scholars and traditions from North America and Germany. They're doing a lot of translation and introduction. They are also, Li Na is very active in the international public history community, while Meng Zhongjie has more connections with professors in historical education in Germany. The third group of public history advocates come from museum and heritage studies. In China, museum and heritage studies are usually in the Department of Archaeology. So they talk more about public archaeology than public history, but they are doing similar things as public historians in other countries. For example, they work in museums, they protect local heritage, such as local stories, performances, and also architecture. Then I would like to tell you how I myself came to public history through German history. I am a historian of contemporary Germany by training. I entered Peking University in China in 2014 and began to study German in the next year, 2015. I did my first exchange semester at the Free University of Berlin in 2017, and there is where I got to know the phrase public history. Just like Amy introduced in her presentation, she only got to know public history after she went to Britain. I got to know public history when I went to Germany. But before, I was very interested in German memory culture and historical political education. As I said in the last session, history and memory is a huge issue in German politics and society, and there are many historical museums and memorials in the German city landscapes. Also, if you are a researcher of contemporary German history, which is German history after 1945, there is one website you absolutely can't miss. That is the website of the Agency of Civic Education in Germany, which we say civic education in English, but in German it's political education, and they call themselves an agency of historical political education. So both historical and political. This is very important in German public history, this connection between the historical and the political. In China, I did an internship at the popular historical magazine Oriental History Review, which Tim and Gongzhe also worked at, and Tim will do an introduction about this magazine, which sadly doesn't exist anymore. In my free time, I also like historical museums. I watch historical documentaries. I play historical games, but I'm not quite sure how I can put this into historical research. I know they're developed by historical professionals, but it's just the practical part of history and not academic research as I learned in China. It was only in Germany, in the public history courses at the Free University of Berlin, that I realized that all of that is public history. And if you are a researcher of public history, you can research all about this. Yeah. So this picture is from the Forum of Contemporary History in Leipzig. I visited it before I took my first public history course in Germany, and it just happened to be the topic of my first public history essay in Germany. It was an analysis of this exhibition and the exhibition before it, also in comparison with other exhibitions in Germany about the German Democratic Republic, the East Germany. And after that, in my doctoral studies, I happen to know someone working at a historical museum who is very interested in my analysis, and she recommended my essay to a colleague working in this museum. So some connections just happen, and I'm happy to do this kind of public history work between China and Germany. When I studied German history in China, I met many professors telling me that it is very hard to study German history in Germany and make a name as a German historian in Germany if you don't come from Germany, especially if you come from China, because you are doing their history. And what you can do is you bring German history to China, you introduce Germany to China, or you do the other way around, you introduce China to Germany. You can't just do it very well as a Chinese in Germany, studying and introducing their history to Germans. I understand what they mean, but I also asked myself if I could do more, because I don't want to be labeled as the German expert in China and the China expert in Germany and nothing more. So during my PhD studies from 2021 in Germany, I started doing a lot of projects between China and Germany, but also in the areas that I can't define as China or Germany. I bring Germany to China. I write exhibition reviews of German museum exhibitions in Chinese, and the Chinese people in museum studies are very happy to know what's happening in German museums. I do science communication on Weibo, which is the Chinese equivalent of Twitter. In China, many foreign social media websites are blocked, so the Chinese developed similar websites in Chinese versions. This is the Chinese Twitter, and there I've tell interested people in German history and literature about resources, also interesting facts. I helped to organize a group purchase of German language books from Germany to China in cooperation with a company doing book business. For me, it's very important that even if the internet is, some internet access is blocked, you can get to authentic and reliable information about Germany in China as learners and researchers of Germany. There are also other people doing science communication on this platform. I also bring China to Germany, although my PhD research has nothing to do with China. My PhD research is a very German topic about Cold War Germany. I'm bringing China to Germany in a community project in my neighborhood. It's called Spring Kids, and there are some street names with colonial background in my neighborhood. So what I am doing is telling neighbors about the colonial backgrounds, the history, German colonial history in China behind it. And on the left is a photo of our action day last year. My colleague, Afro-German, and me, we are telling our neighbors about the history of colonial street names in the neighborhood. There is also an area of public history which I can't define as bringing Germany to China or vice versa. I am a member of the IFPH Student and Early Career Group. I arrange meetings with international emerging scholars in public history and help people connect in different countries. We invited speakers from Poland, Japan, America, and Britain, and so on. I also host public history workshops in Germany, both for Chinese migrant groups and also for German and international students. I also advise German historians and curators in my expertise area, for example, Cold War Germany, but also I give advice about international audiences in their museums. So after all that, you can see that I don't define myself as someone merely bringing German history to China or bringing Chinese history to Germany. And my public engagement in IFPH, for example, cannot be defined as such. So who am I? So I define myself in 3 phrases. I'm a historian of Cold War Germany. I'm an academic historian. I never had a degree in public history, but well, I practice public history. I am based in Berlin. This means I work in German and sometimes English. I also work in Chinese, but it's not my major working language now since I am based in Berlin. And the third part, I have Chinese roots. So this helps me to have a better understanding about German colonial history in China and also in other parts of the world, because China was colonized by many European countries and also by Japan. And also I know Chinese language and Chinese scholars. And that's why I can make the connection between Chinese scholars and German scholars, for example. Oh, my Zoom freezes again now. There is another page. Oh yeah, it doesn't freeze. Oh, can you see it now? No, I'll share it. No, yeah, my computer freezes. That's frustrating.
Now we can see it.
Now you can see it.
Yes.
Yes, great. So this is the last page of my presentation now. At last, I would like to share some reflections from my experiences. First, it is about structure and agency. It is very important in Cold War studies and communist studies to know the boundaries of a social structure and how people can react in this social structure, especially in dictatorships. The civil organizations and civil activists don't have so much agency as in democratic societies, but still they can move inside the structure. But this is the most important thing I learned after doing public history work in both China and Germany, because they have very different political situations, and you need to adapt to that political situation, adapt to that structure, know the rules very well, both written and unwritten, so that you can utilize your agency and push your agenda and keep yourself safe, of course. The second reflection from my experiences is that we should respect facts as historians and respect different people when we work with different groups of people. We should listen to people, not considering where they come from first and giving them stereotypes, but really see them just as people and listen to their stories. I think it's discriminating in a sense when you say, when you meet a Chinese person in Germany and you think, oh, this person must be a Chinese expert in China and not an expert in Germany. Because every person can be an expert in everything, regardless of their origins. Although some people may have it more difficult because of their origins, but this doesn't discredit them from researching the history and cultures of other countries, other regions. Third, I asked myself is that in between I describe a temporary state, especially for me as an early career historian. I am a Chinese person. I'm born and raised in China. I live now in Germany, and I would like to make my contribution to the international historic community. But when I publish articles, I need to choose, should I publish in German, in English, or in Chinese? And in each language, I need to rewrite it a bit because I have different audiences. Where should I develop my future career? And I had the training of an academic historian. My training is in contemporary German history. I don't have that much training in public history in the sense of public history theories, historical education, or the practical experience in museums, although I'd love to have some, but I don't have that much time because I'm already doing a lot in public history in my free time. So I realized that as an early career researcher, I need to choose between traditional academic history, public history research, and public history activism. Now I'm doing two, but I think it's very difficult to do all three as an early career researcher. So here I have the division of three instead of two, because the traditional academic history, public history or public history research, and public history practice, because I believe every historian can do some public history practice. The more important division for me is public history research and academic history research. But these are my reflections from my experiences. Thank you for all your attention, and I will give the floor to the next presenter, Tim Xu.
Thank you very much, Xu Yang. It was great, as usual. Tim, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Well, can you see my PowerPoint? Okay. Well, firstly, I must say, my topic that I want to talk today is much bigger than I think. So I try my best to introduce this topic. Okay. Well, hello everyone. As well, Tim is my is my first name, and Xu is my last name, and like.
Something happened. We are not listening. Can everybody listen? People from the audience, are you listening? No, we have no sound. Tim, I don't know what happened. Can you try again, please?
Okay.
Yeah, now we can.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, now I can. Can you talk again and see if the other people can?
Okay, I will continue my my presentation. Okay. Well, I'm Tim Xu from Beijing Normal University, and I'm now as a research student at the University of Tokyo. So, こんばんは、皆さん。すみません。Today I want to talk about the public history on WeChat media, Oriental history review, and the dilemma of intellectuals of modern China. Firstly, I would like to explain why I want to talk this topic. Well, the most obvious reason is that I used to be an internship and part-time editor in this at Oriental History Review. And on the other hand, in my opinion, Oriental History Review can reflect the development of public history in China in the past decades to some extent. Well, it is a magazine founded in 2013 by some media professionals and some PhD students from some famous universities. It has complex connections with the academic, publishing, and culture fields, and had certain influence at that time. Well, okay. Well, Professor Sebastien Vig of the French School of Advanced Studies in the Social Sciences briefly mentioned this magazine in his book, 民间, The Rise of China's Grassroots Intellectuals. When he discussed the
Tim, we can't hear again.
now?
Now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, okay. Must speak more louder. Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Well, but later I found like it is not quite appropriate to describe the members of Oriental History Review. I will explain this in detail later. Now, I would like to briefly introduce the background of Oriental History Review's founding. Well, before discussing the background of its founding, I would like to first introduce the context of the development of public history in contemporary China. When did the development of public history in contemporary China begin? If we consider the oral historical activities dominated by the state, well, we can say that Chinese public history can begin 70 years ago or even earlier. However, if we define the public history as a practice of historical study, which uses one's academic training to meet the needs of public, then we can see that the rise of public history in China can be traced back to the 1990s. In the 1990s, with the China's market-oriented reforms, the public sphere in China gradually became more diverse. The emergence of commercial magazines brought about a boom in media publishing, and the publication of official magazines provided Chinese intellectuals with a broader space for expressions outside official, enabling them to express historical views that differed from the official ideology. In the 1990s, China published some unofficial historical magazines. This publishment valued common memory, engaged in dialogue with official historiography, and even challenged them. To some extent, the Oriental History Review is a continuation of this historical tradition as a non-official historical publication. However, as a publication born in the 21st century, it also has a very strong character narrative and global character, as the magazine's slogan said that it is historical, critical, and ethic. Well, Oriental History Review was founded in 2013 and ceased publication in 2020. It can be divided into mainly three periods. In the early stages, the magazine's focus was primarily on the publication of print magazines. Well, due to China's strict policy for magazine publishing, the Oriental History Review published by the form of purchasing ISBN, which can be considered as a book magazine for short. Around 2017, due to changes in the domestic censorship and the rise of new media, the work of print magazine gradually stagnated. And the magazine shifted its focus to the operation of its official accounts. Well, after 2019, the use of official accounts became more difficult. And with the COVID-19, this magazine almost ceased its operations under high pressure censorship. Well, most of the course members of Oriental History Review were media professionals and PhD students in the universities. These media professionals participated in the editing of many newspapers and magazines in the 20s, and very skilled in popular narrative. Majority of students come from famous university, and they are now
I think you froze. Okay, now you're back. But we can't hear again, Tim.
the core person of this magazine. Well, he is a journalist and the founder of an independent bookstore. Well, in 2005, he and some journalists founded the One Way Street bookstore and published the magazine One Way Street. As a journalist before, Xu Zhiyuan has its own ambitions, like is to use salons, bookstores, and other public spaces to create new public spaces with magazines, newspapers, and other social medias. The Oriental History Review is another practice in this field of social humanities. Okay, well, the Oriental History Review has published almost 14 issues. It covers many aspects such as Chinese Revolution, diaspora China, and Japan and China, the relationship between Japan and China, well, and so on. Well, many of the authors are Chinese, the Chinese researchers from North America, Europe, and Japan. From the above topics, it can be seen like Oriental Historical Review pays great attention to reinterpreting modern Chinese history. Well, the initial publication of this magazine was relatively smooth, but in the fifth issue, some articles implied the Burmese government, and this issue was banned from publication. Well, in the 2014, due to editors-in-chief's comments on the umbrella movement in Hong Kong, the publication is delayed for review, and daily work of the editor operation was almost deadlocked. Well, Also, in the years when Oriental Historical Review was founded, China's social networking service boomed in a new change. The emergence and rapidly of WeChat changed the people's daily life in reading and their reading habits. Well, in 2012, WeChat released the official accounts function, and since this platform has gradually become an important channel for people to browse and read information. The Oriental History Review also changed its strategy. In 2013, they registered a public official account and began to try to publish some articles online. And through this method, they reprinted the articles that were deleted during the publication process due to censorship. Okay, I make it more briefly. Okay. Well, through the operation of its official account, the Oriental Historical Review has maintained its influence. Well, as you can see, within 2 years, the subscriber almost 3 million. Oh, sorry, 3 million. 300, almost 300,000. Okay. Well, from Monday to Sunday, it sets up articles, journal scan, historical materials, interview and picture, historical radio, online lecture, such column sightings. Well, here I want to more explain is journal scan and historical radio. Journal scan is about to summarize some historical articles in the Western world or Japanese, and to introduce them to Chinese readers. And historical radio is to record the radio in history. I think these are very interesting and creative practices. Well, I don't know who did this. Someone may collect our articles and put them on the GitHub. Okay. Now I want to talk about the crisis of this magazine. Well, the magazine's operation things goes like smoothly, but the crisis behind them are very obvious. First of all, I think the biggest enemy is about the censorship of China. Well, as I discussed above, in the 5th issue of this magazine, it has banned because of the protest of Burmese government. And when the President Xi took his power, the government made a lot of policy to suppress the unofficial official voices. Okay. And in addition, the popularism has risen. They don't like the voices of Oriental Historical Review. Here I want to take a example. Well, in the 2020, our editors made a documentary which mainly discussed the foreigners who had made outstanding contributions to Sino-Western exchanges or to China's modernization. One of the characters in the history is about Robert Hart. He is an Irishman who served as Chief Inspector of Customs for the Qing Dynasty. The documentary team high praise for Robert Hart arouses great dissatisfaction among public opinion. The audience believed that Robert Hart was only a representative of British imperialism in China, and the words and deeds of participants in this documentary also amounted to treason. Under such public opinion, the documentary was forced to be taken down, and the participants of Oriental History Review also suffered public attacks. Oh, so here I want to make a short conclusion. Well, I think the development of public history in China is closely related to the formation and development of contemporary public sphere in China. The best year for public history were precisely during the period when censorship relatively relaxed, and public intellectuals online and offline spaces to promote historical education, forming a more diverse understanding of history and promoting the development of public history. But I must also to say that the public history in China places great emphasis on dialogue with the West. In the recent years, it has been most evident in the efforts of many journals, such as Oriental History Review, as I discussed before, to promote a global perspective and gain greater recognition. However, there is a contradiction between the public and the state. Will the public historical reviews challenge the legitimacy of the state will suppress public history. So, how to balance the official ideology and the unofficial historic and the unofficial voices is very important in the later and in the development of China's public history. So here is my presentation.
Thank you, Tim, so much. I think the third point you raised in your conclusion is very important. Also to think in context where...
Sorry, I caused too much time.
No, it's fine, it's fine.
I should make my presentation more shorter.
It was fine, it was really interesting. And as I was saying, you raised up very interesting points that perhaps we can discuss later in the Q&A. Now let's give the... Thank you. Let's give the word to Gong Shep.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear my voice?
Yes. Tim, can you stop sharing? Yes. Thank you. Yeah, we hear you. We hear you fine. Gong.
Okay. Can you look at? Can you look my PowerPoint?
Yes.
And hello, everyone. It's my first time to give presentation in English. So and I'm very glad to take part in your workshop. My name is Gong Zhe. Gong is my first name. Zhe is my last name. I'm a master graduate of the Department of History in Peking University, and I'm a former schoolmate of Song Shuyang, so I was invited by her. And now I'm working at Peking University Library, so I'm now is a librarian. The topic of my presentation is concerning about the workers who are wait a moment. It's concerning about the workers who are making the historical knowledge sharing on the Chinese internet. Their activity can be seen as a practice of public history, and they are very popular in the young generation of China because of their relationship with youth subcultures and their ability to managing the new media such as videos and such as the videos. Yes, in this subject, I will take the Bilibili blogger Little John Kang as an example because he is the most successful and most typical example of this subject. So, what is Bilibili? Bilibili is one of the biggest China's video websites. Some people said it's the YouTube of China, but comparing with the YouTube, it has some its own features. One is that it's especially popular for young generation of China, for young people because at its beginning it was focused on the ACG themes. ACG, it means animation, comics, and games. And later it has developed into a comprehensive video website like the YouTube, but still has a popularity in young people, and it could be seen as a basement for Chinese young culture. Another feature is that Bilibili is a 弹幕 website. 弹幕, it means bullet screen in Chinese. So it's in this way. Bullet screen was originated from Japan, and it allows the viewer of the video to send text and message on the screen while watching a video. So it's a good way for the communication and participation of the viewer. When you send a bullet screen, you can take part in the creation of this video, not only audience viewer, but also a producer of this video. So it's very it's welcomed by the young people of China. So in recent years, the old media such as print media, magazine and books is decline. So it's declining, and the new media such as the video, the WeChat is rising, especially the media on the Bilibili. So the self-produced video on the Bilibili has become a important method for the knowledge sharing, and the Bilibili is a base for young people. So and the young people has a desire for knowledge. So there are many persons who are making historical knowledge sharing on Bilibili. They produced the video by themselves, and some of them are professional historian. For example, the professor of my department, the Department of History in Peking University also have a account on the Bilibili, but a large part of them are not professional historians. They are even not graduated from historical department. They just get the knowledge from the secondhand research and the nonfiction books they have read, but they are also very popular and have bigger influence. But because they are very because they are capable of the new media techniques, and they know how to attract the audience, how to attract the interest of the young people. So Little Zhongkang is absolute the most famous of the knowledge producer who are not graduated from historical department. His number of subscriber is now is more than 6 million and nearly 1 billion views in total. It's a great achievement for knowledge sharing vlogger. And his most popular video has more than 20 million views up to now. And he is not a student from historical department. He is, it is said he's graduated from the department, he graduated from the major of international politics. So this is his homepage, and this is his head portrait. He never showed his own face in his video, but and he changed his portrait. He often changed his portrait, but it's always a hamster. The main topic of Little Zhongkang is the history during the Cold War, especially the history of the third world countries. He has two main series. One is called the Strange Small Countries. Another is called the Hardcore Figures. And in the series of the Strange Small Countries, he told the history and figures of the third world countries. Some of them are real. Some of these strange countries are really small countries, such as Albania, Uganda, and Haiti. Some of them are not that small, such as Afghanistan, Egypt, Chile, Cuba, and Argentina. He tells about the funny story and some strange things about this country, but also tells their story, history in a serious way. In general, this series can be seen as a Cold War history in the third world perspective. Another series is the Hardcore Figure. This is a more pluralistic series, but still merely concerns about the 20th century history. He tells the story of some legendary figures in these times, such as the spies of United States and the Soviet Union. These people not only come from the third world, but also from the big countries such as America and the Soviet Union and the United Kingdom and so on. His update is very fast. Almost every week, he can produce a new media. His media is in average 20 minutes long and has over 10,000 words as 10,000 words text. It's a very fast speed. So why this picture is a country has he has told in his series the strange small countries. This country is mainly located in the Latin America, Africa, and Asian. It's this small country. Some of them are not known by the Chinese young people before he makes a video, such as Albania and Uganda. But after his video, this country was known by many of the Chinese young people, by the Chinese history lover. So why the Little Zhongkang is so successful? I think the first reason is that he has the ability to managing the new media, especially by using the subculture form on Chinese internet. So he is welcomed by the young people. Little Zhongkang is not only Little Zhongkang is not a graduate from historical major, but he has a good humor talent. He can create new jokes and memes in his create new jokes and memes in his video, and even created a new subculture, the Tongliao Khanate. So what is Tongliao? The Tongliao Khanate. Tongliao is his hometown, located in the northeast of China, in the Mongolian. It's Mongolian province of China. So Tongliao has a population of over 3 million and occupies 60,000 square kilometers. It's a birthplace of many nomadic countries in the history of China, such as the Khitan and the Mongol. So in his video, the Tongliao, his hometown Tongliao become a symbol of language, a symbol of a language system. He used the Tongliao as a unit for measurement when he introduced a new country. For example, when he introduced a new country, he will compare it with Tongliao, said its population and area is how many times to Tongliao. Such as the Albania, he said is half a Tongliao in area, and its population is 1 Tongliao. The area is UK, he said is 4 Tongliao. In this way, he introduced the new countries to his audience. He also called himself the Khan of Tongliao, built an imagined nomadic country on the internet. His fans called themselves the subjects of Tongliao, built the subjects of Tongliao Khanate. They have this Tongliao Khanate has their own anthem, their own bureaucratic systems. His fans will grant the title to themselves, that like who is the prime minister of this Tongliao Khanate. By using the bullet screen, his fans can take part in the creation and the spread of this Tongliao Khanate, this Tongliao language system. So it's very amusing for many young people. So it attracted many new fans to Little John Khan. It's for Little John, for the vloggers on the Bilibili, it's also a very useful new media technique. On Chinese internet, this media techniques is not isolated cases, because creating their own subcultures is a very popular fashion for young Chinese historical lover. There are many examples, such as one of the famous example is so-called Roman affair. What is Roman affair of China? The Chinese Roman affair calls themselves the spiritual Roman. This fashion originated from the players of some historical strategical computer games, such as the games of Paradox Interactive. Some of the spiritual Roman are real lovers of Western history, and they know a lot about the Roman Empire, but some of them even don't know anything about Roman. They call themselves the spiritual Roman just because it's funny and popular. It's an interesting meme on the internet. The Roman they love were not necessarily the Roman Empire. It could be Byzantium. It also could be Holy Roman Empire. It even could be the Ottoman Empire, because some people think Ottoman Empire is a green Roman. It was also the successor of Roman Empire. It also could be the Russian Empire, because Russian call themselves the third Rome. So you can prove any country you love is the real successor of Roman Empire and call yourself a spiritual Roman. This has become an internet subculture, a language and a language fashion for the young people. So the Little John Khan's Tongliao Khanate is also a similar media techniques, like the spiritual Roman can relate everything with Roman. he can relate everything with Tong Liao. He has the ability to invent new jokes, memes, and slangs in his video. Some of them have become internet buzzword. For example, the leader of Soviet Union, Brezhnev, and Khrushchev, he called the Brezhnev as the emperor of medal of Soviet Union because Brezhnev liked to grant medals to himself. He called the Khrushchev the emperor of corn because he planted many corns in the Soviet Union. These nicknames are in the format of the ancient Chinese emperor, so they have a great popularity on the Chinese internet. It even replaced the real name of Brezhnev and Khrushchev. When the student of the Department of History talking about Brezhnev, he will not speak Brezhnev, he will speak the Emperor of Medal. So it's very popular. Another reason why Little John Kang is so successful is that he reflects the left-wing culture of Chinese young people on the internet. The political standpoint in his video is not completely neutral. He has a clear preference. He is a sympathizer of communist and internationalist. His first video, Why the Soviet Union Was Powerful, was published at the end of 2020 and now have over 20 million views. In this video, he described the Soviet Union as a country who made great contributions to the equality and progress of human civilization. He said that despite that this country has some dark sides, it still is a great country in the history of human civilization. It's his basic idea in many of his videos. In his later works, especially in his series, The Strange Small Countries, he told the history of the third world countries. He told their history in an anti-colonial and anti-imperial perspective. In this left perspective, he told their story as a history fighting and struggle for the independence and development for their nation against the superpowers and Western colonialism. He told this story in not only in a entertaining way, but also in a serious and emotional way. Describes their story as epic and as a tragedy. In this way, he touched many young people of China. For example, he has 2 videos about the story of the former Chilean president Salvador Allende. Allende is a left-wing leader in the Latin America, and he was killed in a military coup supported by America. He tells his story as a moving tragedy. So after his video, the Allende was known by many Chinese young people on the internet, and the famous Chilean song, its English name is The United People is Unbeatable. This song is a famous left-wing song in Latin America, and after his video, this song is known to many Chinese young people. Another example is the former Egyptian leader Nasser. This is a postcard of his video about Nasser. Nasser fight for the independence and the unity of Arabian world because of he also told the story of him, make him known to many Chinese young people. But on the other hand, he didn't beautify the history of the third world country. He not only tells the story of the hero in the third world, but also tell story of the Malay dictators and tyrants of some small countries. For example, the video about Gaddafi is also his magnum opus. He tells Gaddafi is stupid and even unbelievable behavior because of his dictatorship, his radical and impolite way of to communicate with other leaders, with the leaders of other country, and he tells it in a humorous and sarcastic way. So this video have a good comic effort, was welcomed by many people. But in this video about in this video concerning about tyrants and dictators, he also showed that he also saw that it's because of the superpower such as America and the Soviet Union and the Western colonialism that caused the chaos of these small countries. So in general, his criticism for the dictatorship is a left-wing perspective, not a liberal perspective, I think. So how to understand this left perspective of Little John Kang? I think at first it's a real reflection of psychology and the living situation of Chinese young people. We all know that China is a Marxist country in name, but this left culture this left culture of young people in internet is not a completely pro-establishment culture. It's to some extent is anti-establishment culture, because in recent years the Chinese economy is getting worse. So the young people have more and more discontent, especially for their discontent for their economic future. The capitalism becomes a target for their criticism, because in China we can't criticize the government and party, but we can criticize our boss and companies. So more and more young people are attracted by the left-wing political ideas. These left-wing political ideas are not official. It's not official. As a contrast to their father generation. Their father generation, such as the readers of Oriental History Review, as Xu Tian have taught, they are more attracted by the liberalism. But recently, the many Chinese young people are attracted by the left ideas, not attracted by the liberalism as their father generation. The popularity of Little John Kang is a reflection of this non-official interests to the left-wing culture among the young people of China. But on the other hand, I think the left-wing perspective of Little John Kang and the left culture of many Chinese young people cannot be understood as a serious political idea or a serious political movement. It's also some kind of youth subculture, and it exists only on the internet. It should be seen as in a perspective of youth subculture, because in China the ideology is strictly controlled, and for example, all the videos on the internet, on the Bilibili, have a strict censorship. So the non-official left ideas can't exist in the real world. It can only exist in the internet in a subculture form. The left-wing culture of Chinese young people, they spread also with the language symbol system. They spread with the picture, with the jokes with the internet memes. So it's this way of spread. This way of spread is similar to the format of youth subculture. So this left-wing culture is not very serious, and because it's not very serious, so it's safe. The left standpoint of Little John Kang is also a safe standpoint, because he never touched any topics of the Chinese modern history. He just tells story of the foreign countries, the foreign history in the 20th century. He even cooperated with official media in some of his works. For example, in 2021, he produced a video cooperated with the Xinhua News Agency. This and in a report of the official media, like this, he was commented as telling the world history in people's perspective. The people's perspective is the comment from official. This comment is in line with the official ideology. It also complies with the political correctness in China, because the for example, his Little John Kang also criticized the Americas. He criticized the Western countries for their colonial activities. This criticism is also welcomed by the Chinese official ideology. But on the other hand, his topics and his left standpoint was still considered to have some political sensitivity. So the network traffic of Little John Kang was once restrained by the Bilibili website, because they think his topics and his video is sensitive in politics. So this also reflects a complex relationship between the official ideology and the young people's left-wing culture. I think they have some similarities, but the young people's left-wing culture is a spontaneous political ideology and is not institutional, and it's comply with the political correctness of China, but it's also politically sensitive and has a meaning of revolt in politics. So it exists. It only can exist as a youth subculture, not very serious. So it's still tolerant by the government. The left perspective of Little John Kang is a reflection of them. So it's all my report. Thanks.
Thank you, Gongshe, Shuyan, and Sutian team. It was really, really interesting. I open the floor for questions and comments from the audience, but I have a kind of a comment question. I want to know your take on this. You three raised the same point in different ways that I think is very interesting. Like in the yesterday sessions and this morning, and I guess today after you, there's another session. There has always been the recurrent question, like, what's public history? Do we need a definition of public history? How do we do public history? And you raised a very important issue that is public history related to political contexts. This also makes me think about Latin American context, again, because I'm from Latin America, and how there's always a tension between like an official way of doing history and then other ways of doing history. And we discussed that also this morning, like sometimes doing public history is seen sometimes not subversive, but kind of like a different voice, let's say. So I think that's very important, because if we're going to talk about public history as inclusive and participatory, and that we also need to have that component in mind. And also that brings me to an issue that Shuyang raised, like, who am I? How's my own role as a public historian in all this context? And I also think that has to be also taken into account, because when we are, as public historians, observe or analyze or interpret or whatever, some kind of social phenomenon, we are also ourselves invested there. We are not just observers, we are part of it. We are not objective. So I think those things also have to be taken into consideration in our practice as public historians. Like, okay, who am I? What are my biases? What are my preconceived notions of stuff? Because we say that we might think that won't affect our vision or perspectives, but they do. So I think you raised like really, really interesting points. Not that I have the answers for anything, but just to think about. Are there any comments or questions for them? Okay, we have 10 more minutes in our session, so I don't know, Shuyang, Gong, or Tim, would you like to add something, to wrap up with something, to give us like your opinion on what I just mentioned about public history being like a political instrument for conveying messages for underrepresented communities or voiceless or something like that?
I think I can begin. I would also like to make this comment to Tim, because he said that the public history and the state is somewhat in contradiction. I would like to say that it's not always the case, because just like Joe said, in the public, there are different voices, and there is that politically correct public or state-supported public or state-supported populism. And we observe it not only in China, but also in other countries, like in Turkey, in Russia, when the state is very powerful and they have a lot of state-owned media and telling and propagating their official views of history, and the civil organizations are struggling with other versions of history. You don't only see the contradiction between the state and the public, but also the contradiction between different publics. And also, I would like to highlight that the relationship between political and public does not only exist in dictatorships or post-dictatorships, it also exists in democratic countries like Germany. In Germany, it's more like a competition of ideas, competition in the public discussion, but also competition between the political parties. There are, you imagine public history as emancipatory, as some tool to help oppressed people, marginalized people. Yes, we definitely should do that. But just as the Japanese presenter said, the revisionists, the conservatives, they also have access to public history. They also use the tools of public history. And I don't think public history is necessarily a leftist project, especially in a democratic society, because in democratic societies, there are also right-wing parties, middle right conservatives and extreme right extremists. And they also have the same access to the tools of public history. So what we should do is to identify which discourse comes from which people and what are their political agendas behind it.
Yes, Shuyang, I think you are so right, and like to the point, we were discussing exactly the same thing this morning when we talked about when we were talking about public history in India, and it also came up yesterday. And I think that's like very, I mean, that has to be part of the conversation if we're going to talk about like public history as a whole even if we get to a definition or not. I think the point is not getting to a definition, but like to understanding like all the perspectives and all the outlets that public history can have. John Gongshe or Suchian, do you have an opinion about that?
Well, I think what Shuyang said is right. I don't want to deny the contradiction between different publics, but as you know, in China, the official ideology is the elephant in the room. So, well, if sometimes we always learn how to do the public history, but we do not to be told how we should do when we face of the official ideology. So I think it's a very important thing.
Yongshe, you would like to add something?
My opinion is similar to Xu Tian's because in China the censorship is the first and the biggest problem for every people who want to do some activities, do some practice in the public history. So the ideology, the official ideology, and the censorship is a male problem. So almost everyone who do the practice of public history must learn how to speak, how to express their opinion in the restriction of the censorship, how to hide their real meanings, their real the real opinion they want to express. So it's the biggest and the first problem in China. Perhaps it's different from the European countries. That's it.
Yes, thank you. I agree. I agree also that the European and North American scene is very different from other parts of the world, for example, from Latin America, from Asia, from Africa. So that's also a consideration that needs to be done. I would like to ask you if you have a final comment before we close up this session or something to say.
Thank you for the invitation, and we just discussed actually the same issue, and we can really complement each other from our different perspectives, from different cases, from the state and public and international perspectives. And I would also like to thank my two co-presenters. You are really doing great.
Yes, I also want to thank the three of you for your presentations. They were really, really amazing. I think it was just what we needed to hear, like other perspectives and other ways to do public history. This is really, really enriching. So what I will tell you is that as soon as the videos are posted, we will let you know. You know, they will be posted on the Vimeo channel of the Federation, and also at Histories at Risk has a place where they post them. And well, thank you very much for accepting our invitation. It was really a pleasure to have you here with us.
Thank you and bye.
Thank you. Buenas tardes, buenos días, buenas noches, depende del lugar del mundo en donde estén. Bienvenidos a la última sesión de este taller online Global Public History, organizado por Histories at Risk y la Federación Internacional de Historia Pública, Explorers. Por parte de Histories at Risk, el profesor Jerome de Groot manda a decir que no pudo estar, que lo lamenta mucho. Por Explorers estoy yo, mi nombre es Jimena Perry, soy parte de la federación desde 2018 y coordino este proyecto Explorers. Y para mí es un gusto presentarles hoy la última sesión del taller, pero una que me llega directamente al corazón porque es de mi país. Entonces hoy vamos a hablar con las personas del Instituto Distrital de Patrimonio Cultural de Bogotá. Tenemos a su director, Patrick Morales, a la arqueóloga y antropóloga Alejandra Jaramillo y al arqueólogo Francisco Romano. Bienvenidos y muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias.
Gracias.
Damos inicio entonces.
Ya, podemos dar inicio.
Vale, pues muy buenos días, tardes, noches para todos y todas, para todas las personas que se van a unir a este espacio. Por supuesto, un agradecimiento desde el Instituto Distrital de Patrimonio Cultural a la Red Global de Historia Pública, al programa también, a la red de Histories at Risk, al proyecto Explorer también, pues por permitirnos participar de este espacio, discutir con ustedes algunos temas que vienen de la experiencia, como lo señalaba Jimena Perry, del caso colombiano y en particular de una experiencia que estamos desarrollando en la ciudad de Bogotá, que es la capital de Colombia. Vamos a hablar entonces desde la experiencia del Instituto Distrital de Patrimonio Cultural, del cual yo soy el director, Patrick Morales, y van a estar los colegas Alejandra Jaramillo y Francisco Romano, para abordar un caso de arqueología pública, de un contexto arqueológico urbano, en clave también, y lo vamos a, pues digamos, lo vamos a construir y conversar con ustedes en clave de algunos aspectos de la redefinición de la política pública patrimonial que estamos llevando a cabo desde el Instituto Distrital de Patrimonio Cultural, que es el instituto que en Bogotá se ocupa de la protección y salvaguardia de los patrimonios diversos de la capital de Colombia. Entonces, vamos a abordar un caso muy particular, que es un hallazgo prehispánico en el marco de una de las localidades de la ciudad de Bogotá, pero yo voy a comenzar señalando algunos aspectos conceptuales de la redefinición del campo de lo patrimonial y cómo a partir de esta redefinición del campo de lo patrimonial que estamos llevando a cabo en Bogotá, aparece la importancia de la herramienta de la historia pública, de la arqueología pública, de la historia pública también, pero en particular de la arqueología pública que lo vamos a hablar hoy, a partir de un proyecto que estamos adelantando hace ya casi 4 años, en uno de los hallazgos prehispánicos más importantes de Bogotá, en la localidad de Usme, que está situada en el sur de Bogotá, en la frontera del borde sur de Bogotá. Entonces, ese es un poco como el planteamiento. Yo voy a hacer algunos planteamientos en relación con esta redefinición de la política patrimonial y mis colegas Alejandra y Francisco estarán hablando más del proyecto y de este abordaje tan innovador de arqueología pública que hemos estado implementando. Solo señalar rápidamente que hemos tenido en Colombia, en particular en los años 90, una redefinición a partir de la Constitución de 1991, que es una constitución, digamos, que reconoce el papel multicultural del Estado, digamos, reconoce a Colombia como una nación multicultural y que reconoce unos avances importantes en temas culturales, en temas sociales. A partir de esta constitución de 1991, también cambiaron algunas leyes relacionadas con la cultura, con el patrimonio y en particular con el ordenamiento territorial. Solo quiero señalar que en los años 90 en Colombia estas leyes están proponiendo algo que es importante para entender lo que viene y también me parece que es una particularidad del caso colombiano que tiene que ver con que la cultura y en particular el patrimonio en Colombia ocupa un lugar determinante en el ordenamiento, es decir, tiene una superior jerarquía en el ordenamiento, tanto desde la Ley General de Cultura como las leyes de ordenamiento de los años 90. Y este tema en particular, de que entendamos que el patrimonio es determinante del ordenamiento, patrimonio y la cultura son determinantes del ordenamiento, no había sido realmente implementado en Colombia, a pesar, insisto, de su carácter innovador. Es decir, los instrumentos de ordenamiento patrimonial en Colombia son de superior jerarquía a los instrumentos de ordenamiento general o normales para las ciudades. Entienden que son determinantes y de superior jerarquía. Eso también tiene relación con un cambio que pues, todas las personas que están conectadas a estos espacios conocen bien, que es también todo este tema de los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible, que han estado trabajando un poco desde, en particular, en la aproximación de la crisis climática que ha vivido, pues, digamos, el planeta y en particular los entornos los entornos urbanos y las ciudades, cómo los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible empiezan a proponer al patrimonio cultural como determinante también de una nueva relación de proximidad con una escala un poco distinta, donde podamos redefinir las relaciones entre lo vivo y lo no vivo, en particular entre el patrimonio natural o las estructuras ecológicas principales y los otros tipos de patrimonio, el patrimonio cultural, y en particular insistiendo el papel del patrimonio cultural en la generación de lugares de encuentro que sean determinantes en la construcción y negociación de alteridades urbanas. Estos ODS en particular, también un poco a la par de estas leyes que señalé al principio, están proponiendo un papel determinante del patrimonio en digamos, en la concepción de una nueva forma de habitar y en el reconocimiento de otras relaciones derivadas de los habitares y de las relaciones territoriales en ciudades que tienen una tendencia, digamos, a desescalar sus grandes tamaños y empezar a pensar en esta clave que me parece importante de proximidad, sobre la cual voy a volver en los siguientes minutos. Quiero señalar, para ir como ambientando un poco la aparición de esta escena de arqueología pública sobre la cual hoy nos vamos a concentrar, que desde el Instituto Distrital de Patrimonio Cultural estamos proponiendo un sello un poco distinto de la mirada tradicional en que se concebía el campo de lo patrimonial. El campo de lo patrimonial, como todos ustedes saben, está separado a través de ciertos instrumentos y convenciones internacionales, está separado en categorías distintas: patrimonio material, patrimonio inmaterial, patrimonio mueble, que se refiere a los monumentos, o patrimonio natural. En Colombia, y en particular desde Bogotá, esta es la primera vez que hay una persona que tiene una formación de antropología dirigiendo un instituto de patrimonio, y esto ha determinado un poquito un sello distinto en la mirada de las categorías de lo patrimonial, ya que hemos propuesto como enfoque en estos 4 años de trabajo lo que hemos llamado el sello de patrimonios integrados. Es decir, entendemos perfectamente que este tema de las divisiones y de las categorías distintas de patrimonio que vienen de las convenciones de la UNESCO pueden ser funcionales en términos de construcción de política pública, pero que no funcionan así en el territorio. La gente no se para, por supuesto, cuando reconoce o activa sus patrimonios, y los entendemos como un legado social que se activa del pasado, es decir, como un activo simbólico que se activa colectivamente de lo que viene del pasado. La gente no reconoce sus patrimonios separados en lo inmaterial, en las prácticas culturales o en la materialidad de los edificios que estén declarados como patrimonio. La gente lo que realmente hace son interpretaciones de territorio que delimitan una red de sentidos entre los patrimonios. Esta red de sentidos entre los patrimonios, que es lo que llamamos patrimonios integrados, la comprensión de esta red de sentidos, constituye un lente muy importante para abordar lo territorial, y realmente se refiere a la manera como la gente construye relaciones culturales con su territorio a partir de un registro de ocupaciones históricas, de las memorias que han construido y de las preguntas de presente que se hacen en clave de vínculo social. El sello de patrimonios integrados de alguna manera trata de ir mucho más allá de las clasificaciones y sobre todo, digamos, esta idea de patrimonios, de categorías de lo patrimonial segmentadas, para proponer más bien un lente distinto para reconocer territorios y sobre todo reconocer la manera como circulan los vínculos sociales en un territorio, la manera como se construyen territorialidades en lo que hemos llamado las relaciones de sentido entre los distintos patrimonios. Ese es el sello de patrimonios integrados, que nos ha llevado también a una idea de desescalamiento del patrimonio, es decir, ya no los grandes patrimonios, las grandes catedrales, los grandes edificios que han sido declarados, sino empezar a desescalar los patrimonios en línea de los ODS, y por eso los señalaba al principio, estas nuevas escalas, digamos, de las ciudades, de los entornos urbanos, del reconocimiento de los vínculos sociales. Nuestra propuesta es desescalar y desmaterializar los patrimonios y empezar a preguntarnos qué es lo que sucede cuando uno cambia el lugar de enunciación de los patrimonios. Digamos, que reconocemos perfectamente que ha sido un campo hegemónico construido a partir también, digamos, muy relacionado con las construcciones de las identidades de lo nacional, de los estados-nación, digamos, un campo hegemónico en tanto un saber experto, la idea un poquito de cambiar el lugar de enunciación de los patrimonios nos lleva precisamente a este sello de patrimonios integrados, que se hace sobre todo preguntas de presente en clave de nuevas escalas, en las escalas, por ejemplo, en entornos urbanos de proximidad. Entendemos que el patrimonio, pues, es un tema más arraigado en el vínculo social, en la comprensión de las territorialidades y en esta idea de desescalar, desmaterializar y territorializar nuevos patrimonios. ¿Qué sucede cuando uno cambia el lugar de enunciación de lo patrimonial? Que es muy importante. Aparecen nuevos actores sociales, en este caso urbanos, por ejemplo, en la ciudad de Bogotá, que sí se reconocen en el campo de lo patrimonial. Es decir, si el centro histórico de Bogotá es el lugar clásico de lo patrimonial y uno cambia el lugar de enunciación, lo desmaterializa y propone más bien una mirada de patrimonios integrados, empiezan a aparecer actores sociales que no se reconocían en el campo de lo patrimonial, pero que activaban sentidos desde el campo de lo patrimonial, pero no eran reconocidos por el campo hegemónico de lo patrimonial. Estoy hablando de comunidades étnicas en entornos urbanos, estoy hablando de comunidades campesinas en entornos urbanos, estoy hablando, por ejemplo, de lo que llamamos en Bogotá y en Colombia la ciudad informal, que es la ciudad construida, digamos, la ciudad popular informal construida en la capital, que es el 70% de la ciudad, construida por migrantes que han sido desplazados por la violencia y que normalmente se consideraba que no tenían patrimonio porque no tenían valores arquitectónicos significativos y relevantes de la materialidad. La propuesta del instituto es mirar esos otros patrimonios a partir del cambio del lugar de enunciación y por eso aparecen estos nuevos actores sociales que son muy potentes, que empiezan a reivindicar valores patrimoniales. En esa medida, si me ayudas pasando un momentico, Alejandra, a la siguiente, aparecen temas tan interesantes como, que tenemos aquí una foto, la siguiente, por favor. Aparecen temas tan interesantes como este árbol que ustedes ven en pantalla, en el centro de la pantalla. Este árbol es un árbol que se llama el árbol de la vida o el palo del ahorcado. Es en Ciudad Bolívar, una de las localidades, una de las 20 localidades de Bogotá. Y si ustedes se fijan, es un árbol, digamos, en un lugar completamente desértico en el marco de una de las grandes localidades que se ha construido en la informalidad o en lo que llamamos la ciudad autoconstruida. Esta localidad del borde sur de Bogotá reconoce, por ejemplo, en este árbol un valor excepcional, porque este árbol es el lugar un poco que representa, por ejemplo, la memoria del lugar. Este árbol tiene casi el mismo tiempo de sembrado que el proceso de ocupación urbana en Ciudad Bolívar. Representa un lugar y un punto de encuentro importantísimo para los niños y niñas. Representa un símbolo también de la violencia que ha sufrido esta localidad, porque en este árbol muchas veces dejaban los cadáveres de las personas que hacían parte, pues, digamos, que morían en la violencia de agentes estatales o de la violencia misma por la carencia del Estado en este lugar. Este árbol es el símbolo de la resistencia de las comunidades de Ciudad Bolívar, porque como ellos ha tratado de ser talado por sus dueños, digamos, porque representa un símbolo muy potente en términos también religiosos, es la segunda Semana Santa más importante de Bogotá, el segundo Vía Crucis más importante de Bogotá. Y solamente quiero señalar con este ejemplo de este árbol foráneo, solitario en este lugar de Ciudad Bolívar, que nos interpela sobre estas categorías y sobre lo que estaba señalando, sobre la emergencia de nuevos actores sociales y de nuevas categorías de lo patrimonial. Vamos a declarar este árbol en Bogotá como patrimonio de los bogotanos y bogotanas, porque como él tiene unas raíces que son las raíces que movilizan a los habitantes de Ciudad Bolívar para denunciar las injusticias sociales y ambientales. Es un símbolo potente de la cohesión de la comunidad, un símbolo potente de las historias y las reivindicaciones de la comunidad. Pero ¿cómo lo declaramos? ¿Como patrimonio material o solo como patrimonio inmaterial, ya que es un Vía Crucis y una Semana Santa tan importante? ¿O lo declaramos como patrimonio natural, ya que es un árbol, una especie viva? Este ejemplo solamente lo traigo hoy de manera muy corta para señalar la dificultad de las categorías de lo patrimonial cuando se trata entonces de entender las dinámicas sociales, en particular en entornos urbanos que son mucho más complejas. Gracias, Alejandra. Sobre este tema entonces y sobre esta nueva mirada a lo patrimonial, lo que hemos hecho en el instituto, y ahora sí te puedes devolver a la primera, por favor, es proponer en el plan de ordenamiento territorial lo que hemos llamado la estructura integradora de patrimonios. Esta estructura integradora de patrimonios está enmarcada en el modelo del nuevo plan de ordenamiento territorial de Bogotá que va a regir por los próximos 20 años en Bogotá, y por primera vez una ciudad reconoce que el ordenamiento de la ciudad se debe hacer en torno a dos cosas, tal como lo dice el artículo 6 del plan de ordenamiento de Bogotá. Frente al ordenamiento de la ciudad de Bogotá se hará alrededor de la estructura ecológica principal y el patrimonio cultural. Hemos dejado por primera vez en el modelo de POT de Bogotá una estructura que no atiende solo las necesidades funcionales de ordenamiento de la ciudad, sino las necesidades culturales de ordenamiento de la ciudad. Está en el modelo, está en la estructura, y de alguna manera aquí en esta diapositiva ven ustedes cómo este sello de patrimonios integrados lo hemos subido al plan de ordenamiento de Bogotá, que rige para toda la ciudad y no solamente para los sectores declarados como patrimonio. Y reconocemos entonces a esta estructura de patrimonios en esta clave de vínculo social, vida productiva, testimonio de la memoria de la ocupación de la ciudad, y de alguna manera ese diálogo social de reconocimiento de alteridades. Así quedó la estructura integradora de patrimonios en el nuevo plan de ordenamiento de Bogotá, en esta clave de patrimonios integrados. Insisto, señala una cosa muy importante: la ciudad se debe ordenar en torno a la cultura. ¿Qué entendemos por cultura? A las construcciones territoriales y a las interpretaciones territoriales, digamos, no exentas de tensiones sociales y de interpretaciones diversas que hacen los habitantes y las habitantes de Bogotá. En esta estructura integradora de patrimonios, por primera vez, incluimos en el Plan de Ordenamiento Territorial de Bogotá para los próximos 20 años los distintos patrimonios. Estaría el patrimonio natural, el patrimonio material, por supuesto, que siempre aparecía en general en los planes de ordenamiento, el patrimonio mueble, pues todos los monumentos en espacio público, el patrimonio paleontológico, y por primera vez reconocemos como importante y como estructurante de este sello y de esta mirada de patrimonios integrados, es decir, como parte fundamental de la estructura integradora de patrimonios, al patrimonio arqueológico en Bogotá. Y esto es muy importante porque Bogotá es una ciudad que realmente no estaba pensando en un registro que tomara en cuenta no solo las ocupaciones históricas de sus territorios, no solo la manera como los habitantes interpretan sus territorios, sino tampoco cuáles habían sido, digamos, la importancia de los hallazgos arqueológicos para entender el ordenamiento de la ciudad en el marco de las preguntas de presente que se plantea esta nueva mirada de lo patrimonial. Por eso estoy apenas como digamos, empezando a esbozar algunas pinceladas de lo que tanto Alejandra como Francisco van a elaborar. Solo quiero señalar, digamos, y para ir terminando mi intervención, que es muy importante cómo en la estructura integradora de patrimonios aparece entonces el patrimonio arqueológico en una clave que nos interesa también mucho y que seguramente hoy Alejandra y Francisco van a abordar. Es la clave un poco de los borramientos. Esta ciudad, por ejemplo, a diferencia de Lima, a diferencia de México, de la Ciudad de México, no tiene hallazgos arqueológicos, pero tampoco tiene, pero a la vez, digamos, a la vez que no tiene hallazgos arqueológicos, y no quiere decir que no hubiera unos habitantes, por ejemplo, prehispánicos que tuvieran una ocupación histórica acá, una ciudad de 10 millones de personas que no tiene hallazgos arqueológicos abiertos, tiene un museo arqueológico, por supuesto, pero no tiene hallazgos arqueológicos abiertos al público. Es una ciudad que a la vez que no tiene, digamos, estos hallazgos, está pensando en borrar muchas cosas en su proceso de expansión, borrar hitos urbanos, borrar ocupaciones históricas y no tomar en cuenta esta manera en que los habitantes de Bogotá construyen territorialidades y construyen formas de habitar que pueden ser determinantes para el ordenamiento. Pongo un ejemplo para introducir el caso de Usme, que es el caso que van a desarrollar Alejandra y Francisco Romano. El hallazgo prehispánico del que vamos a hablar hoy, que se conoce popularmente como el hallazgo de la Hacienda del Carmen, es un hallazgo que se hizo en el marco de un proceso de construcción de viviendas en el borde sur de Bogotá. El borde sur de Bogotá ha sido entendido normalmente como el proceso de expansión urbana de la frontera urbano-rural de Bogotá. En el marco de esta construcción de viviendas multifamiliares de 15, 17 pisos, se encontró el hallazgo arqueológico y eso determinó, por supuesto, una serie de debates que van a presentar Francisco y Alejandra, que me interesa señalar que si no hubiera sido, digamos, por este hallazgo arqueológico, este borde sur de Bogotá se sigue expandiendo hacia la frontera urbano-rural y sigue borrando, por ejemplo, las identidades rurales y campesinas que caracterizan una ciudad como Bogotá. Esta ciudad, en términos de lo que llamamos revitalización o renovación urbana, todo el tiempo está borrando estratos de memoria y estratos de sentido para planearse como si solamente importara planear para el millón de personas que van a estar en el futuro y no está planeando para las personas que están habitando en este momento en Bogotá, que han construido arraigo con su territorio, vínculo social con su territorio y que quieren construir no a expensas de las memorias que están enterradas en Bogotá. El caso del hallazgo de la Hacienda del Carmen se va a desarrollar ahora, pero el caso más, tal vez para comprender un poco este último tema que yo propongo, que es de los borramientos. En Bogotá hay un cementerio, si Aleja quiere pasar la diapositiva, hay un cementerio muy importante que hace parte del cementerio central de Bogotá, que está declarado como patrimonio en la siguiente, Aleja. Vemos esas fotos a la izquierda de la pantalla, que son estos nichos funerarios, que es el cementerio central de Bogotá. En particular, una de las partes del cementerio que se conoce como el globo véolo de los columbarios. Este lugar fue durante mucho tiempo el cementerio de pobres de Bogotá, durante 140 años. Fue cerrado hace unos 10 años al público y las personas que estaban enterradas allí fueron o entregadas a sus familiares o resituadas en otros cementerios. Este lugar, digamos, en el antiguo plan de ordenamiento de Bogotá y en la anterior administración, quiso que lo convirtieran en un parque recreativo. que tumbaran estos nichos que ustedes ven a la izquierda, y que de alguna manera convirtieran esto en un parque recreativo con patinódromo, cancha de fútbol. Esto es claramente la expresión de lo que llamamos los borramientos, es decir, borrar las capas de sentido en los territorios porque no se considera, por ejemplo, que estos nichos tengan un valor patrimonial a pesar de estar declarados. A eso me refiero con esta tendencia de los borramientos y cómo la estructura integradora de patrimonios lo que hace es darle importancia precisamente a estos estratos históricos de ocupación de los que vamos a hablar hoy y también a la manera como la gente se relaciona con preguntas de presente, por ejemplo, con el cementerio central que quería ser convertido en un parque. Este cementerio central va a ser resguardado, va a ser un parque de la memoria, digamos, un parque de la memoria porque a través de los 150 años de enterramiento de las comunidades populares, de ciudadanos populares de Bogotá, se cuenta una historia muy importante de Bogotá que tal como el palo del ahorcado debería ser borrada de la historia de Bogotá, o tal como el hallazgo arqueológico de Usme, que gracias a la denuncia de las comunidades campesinas pudo ser resguardado. Entonces yo le doy la palabra a Alejandra, Francisco, para continuar a partir de este sello, de este marco conceptual de patrimonios integrados. Muchas gracias. Yo no estoy oyendo a Francisco, perdón. ¿Ustedes lo están oyendo?
No,
No,
no.
no estamos oyendo a Francisco. No te estamos oyendo, Francisco. Si quieres, no sé si Alejandra, bueno, no estaba en el orden, pero no sé si Alejandra podría ir como comentando algunos temas, o, porque ahora la prueba de sonido estábamos muy bien, pero
Sí, ahorita está funcionando todo bien.
Alejandra, ¿quieres arrancar mientras Francisco, pues quieres arrancar un poco mientras Francisco resuelve los problemas de sonido?
Listo, dale. Entonces, con el marco que Patrick nos acaba de presentar en este sello de la integralidad de los patrimonios, el valor del patrimonio arqueológico empieza a cobrar una importancia muy importante para la ciudad y para las personas que habitan. Este marco de entender cómo la arqueología pública se ha desarrollado un poco desde lo institucional y no tanto como desde los proyectos de investigación, que es lo que normalmente uno encuentra, es una apuesta que, digamos, tiene el Instituto Distrital de Patrimonio Cultural por posicionar en clave lo arqueológico como un bien público. ¿Y qué implica entender lo arqueológico como un bien público? Implica también no solo que tiene efectos en el ordenamiento territorial, sino también en la toma de decisiones sobre los hallazgos, sitios arqueológicos, contextos arqueológicos que puedan darse en el marco, pues, de distintas actuaciones y de distintas dinámicas que ocurran en la ciudad de Bogotá. Para esto, digamos, el instituto ha logrado posicionar unos principios de cómo concibe la arqueología pública y cómo a partir de ella pueden desarrollarse diferentes procesos de arqueología comunitaria que logren generar estos vínculos, estas interpelaciones del patrimonio y cómo podemos afianzar esto con los desarrollos en los territorios. Es muy importante, digamos, resaltar que lo arqueológico tiene una incidencia en el desarrollo de los territorios, no solo porque la normativa en Colombia implica un cuidado especial del patrimonio arqueológico. Nosotros tenemos, digamos, en nuestra Constitución y en diferentes leyes y decretos, la protección del patrimonio arqueológico, sobre todo en el marco de grandes proyectos de infraestructura, de proyectos de ingeniería y de proyectos de desarrollo. La apuesta del instituto es elevar ese discurso de entender lo arqueológico no solo circunscrito o su protección no solo circunscrita a los ámbitos normativos de las obras y desarrollo de los territorios, sino también de los vínculos que se generan con las comunidades y cómo estos vínculos permiten procesos de gobernanza, permiten procesos de toma de decisiones que a la ciudadanía les sirven como herramientas, digamos, para poder gestionar sus territorios, para poder hacer una toma de decisiones o hacer una participación incidente. Entonces, digamos, basándonos en el marco normativo de Colombia, donde el patrimonio arqueológico tiene esta protección legislativa y normativa, el instituto eleva el discurso y dice, bueno, ya estamos hablando de protección del patrimonio arqueológico, pero ahora queremos ver cómo ese patrimonio se configura dentro de los territorios. Y para eso, pues les traíamos el ejemplo que el Parque Arqueológico de Usme. Como lo presentó Patrick, el Parque Arqueológico y del Patrimonio Cultural de Usme se encuentra ubicado al sur de la capital de Bogotá. Es un área de 30 hectáreas que está protegida y está declarada como área arqueológica protegida. Esta figura de ordenamiento de área arqueológica protegida, en Colombia contamos con 23 áreas y una de ellas, que es el área arqueológica protegida de Hacienda del Carmen, se ubica en la ciudad de Bogotá. Esto tiene una incidencia muy importante porque la mayoría de las áreas arqueológicas protegidas en Colombia se ubican alrededor de los municipios y no en las cabeceras municipales. Entonces, esto ya logra poner el foco de cómo en las ciudades como Bogotá, digamos, que tienen un desarrollo urbanístico, que tienen una planeación, que tienen 10 millones de habitantes, se configuran territorios protegidos como esta área arqueológica. Y que implica también el hecho de que esta tenga este nivel de protección. Resulta que, como nos lo contaba Patrick anteriormente, este territorio se logra defender, digamos, a partir de las luchas campesinas por defender el borde urbano rural, por detener un poco la expansión urbana y la valoración del patrimonio arqueológico que allí yace. Esta área estaba destinada para un proyecto de vivienda de interés social y prioritario, eso quiere decir la construcción de alrededor de 20.000 viviendas. Lo que iba a ocurrir era como lo menciona Patrick, un borramiento de la memoria de este territorio. Estamos hablando que en estas 30 hectáreas encontramos un sitio con alrededor de 2.000 contextos funerarios, además de contextos habitacionales, evidencias materiales de cerámicas, líticos, restos óseos de fauna, macrorestos, es decir, una gran diversidad de líneas de evidencia que nos permiten entender cuáles eran las actividades económicas, sociales, políticas de las personas que habitaron este territorio. Además, otro digamos, de los valores que tiene este sitio arqueológico es que nos muestra una ocupación continua por más de 1800 años de historia. Es decir, nosotros encontramos una ocupación humana más o menos del 450 antes de Cristo hasta 1600 después de Cristo. Y es una ocupación que está continua. Claro, tiene periodos de presión demográfica, tiene periodos donde baja esa presión demográfica, pero el sitio fue ocupado continuamente por estas poblaciones. Estamos hablando también de un sitio que nos presenta evidencias de intercambio con otras zonas y otras regiones de Colombia, como es el Valle del Magdalena, los Llanos Orientales, con la parte norte de la sabana de Bogotá, así como evidencias también de intercambio con otras regiones costeras de Colombia. Es decir, es un sitio que, si se quiere, se puede entender con una amalgama de factores que incidían en las dinámicas sociales, económicas y políticas de las personas que habitaban ahí. Es un sitio que conectaba. Y eso es algo que nosotros traemos al presente, porque hoy en día el Parque Arqueológico, en la zona donde está ubicada, es una zona que tiene conexiones, es la salida de Bogotá hacia los Llanos Orientales, tiene una conexión ecosistémica muy importante con uno de los páramos más grandes que tiene Colombia, que es el páramo de Sumapaz, se conecta con otro páramo que es el páramo de Cruz Verde, es decir, es un territorio que nos permite conectar diferentes formas de vida. Tiene todo el tema de protección de alrededor, digamos, de la zona, la pervivencia de la cultura campesina en Bogotá. Cuando muchas veces uno habla de Bogotá, piensa que se trata de una gran urbe metropolitana y deja de lado que tiene un componente de ruralidad muy importante. En Bogotá viven campesinos y campesinas. Hay una cultura campesina en la ruralidad de Bogotá y esta área se conecta con esa cultura campesina. Entonces, es un área que, así como en el pasado, nos habla de relaciones, de conexiones, de vida social, política y económica. Hoy en día es un territorio que mantiene esas características y que se vincula con esas características en diferentes tipos de dinámicas. Es un sitio también donde encontramos arte rupestre. En nuestra área arqueológica protegida tenemos el registro de 2 pictogramas. Sin embargo, en áreas circundantes se han encontrado alrededor de 15 estaciones rupestres, es decir, es un territorio que nos está hablando de la pervivencia humana durante mucho tiempo de ocupación. Y para el instituto es muy importante en esa estructura integradora de patrimonios entender cómo esta área arqueológica protegida, que se convierte en un instrumento para las comunidades, en un instrumento de defensa de su territorio, cómo se relacionan con esa materialidad que está ahí, cómo la interpretan, cómo la vinculan en su vida, cómo esta área arqueológica protegida puede servir para la prosperidad y el desarrollo de este territorio. Y a partir de allí es que nosotros nos planteamos un ejercicio de arqueología comunitaria en el Parque Arqueológico y del Patrimonio Cultural. El primer énfasis de este ejercicio de arqueología comunitaria lo planteamos a partir de un enfoque diferencial con niños, niñas y adolescentes de la comunidad y bajo unos principios. ¿Qué implica hacer arqueología comunitaria con niños, niñas y adolescentes? ¿Cuál es ese propósito? El primero es reconocer a los niños, niñas y adolescentes como sujetos diversos, portadores de derechos culturales y patrimoniales, ampliar los horizontes de sentido de lo que es patrimonial y de quién puede o no participar o, digamos, tener una participación incidente en los temas patrimoniales, acoger la diversidad y posicionar a los niños, niñas y adolescentes como agentes que contribuyen a la construcción de los patrimonios y reconocer su capacidad para reproducir, apropiar, crear, reflexionar, reconfigurar, transmitir, cuidar e interpelar los patrimonios. ¿Esto qué nos supone? Nos supone un enfoque donde no solo estamos cogiendo la arqueología pública como una base teórica, como una base que propicia un diálogo con la comunidad, sino que también lo estamos desescalando. Estamos hablando de un patrimonio que puede ser interpelado, que puede ser reconocido y que puede ser reflexionado por diversos actores. Y en esa diversidad de actores es que le apuntamos a trabajar con niños, niñas y adolescentes de la comunidad. Algo muy importante, digamos, que surge de las reflexiones que hacemos de la estructura integradora de patrimonios, de cómo esa estructura incide en el ordenamiento territorial, incide en la planificación estratégica de la ciudad y se derivan ejercicios de entender lo arqueológico como un bien público, es comprender que los niños y las niñas son agentes que participan en esa construcción de ciudad. Es decir, cómo nosotros a través de la estructura integradora de patrimonios, elevando el discurso de lo arqueológico como un bien público, podemos hacer ejercicios activos y ejercicios propicios para la construcción de nuevas ciudadanías. Es decir, nosotros le estamos entregando a la ciudad un plan de ordenamiento territorial que reconoce el patrimonio arqueológico no solo como elemento ordenador del territorio, sino también como un elemento que permite pensarse la ciudad a futuro, a partir de quienes la habitan ahora. Cómo nosotros hemos habitado nuestras ciudades, cómo nosotros nos entendemos y nos relacionamos con nuestro entorno. Esa es una pregunta que nosotros los arqueólogos y arqueólogas nos hemos hecho a lo largo del tiempo, y es cómo las evidencias de la materialidad en los distintos contextos arqueológicos nos permiten saber cómo las personas vivían, comían, cuáles eran sus actividades, cuáles eran sus relaciones políticas, sociales, sus presiones, sus tensiones, y todo eso nosotros lo investigamos, y a partir de allí tenemos un conocimiento sobre una población. Cuando nosotros llevamos esa pregunta al futuro y cuando nosotros decimos qué van a decir las personas del futuro sobre nosotros, hay un ejemplo de cómo nosotros cuidamos o protegemos o diversificamos ese conocimiento arqueológico que tenemos y cómo lo ponemos en práctica para cuidar nuestro presente y nuestro futuro. Por eso la construcción de nuevas ciudadanías, por eso, digamos, elevar estos discursos de entender lo arqueológico como un bien público. Y es decir, así como nosotros miramos al pasado para entender cómo las personas se relacionan con su futuro, en el presente nosotros tenemos esas relaciones con nuestros entornos y el patrimonio arqueológico hace parte de nuestro entorno. Entonces partimos de allí para hacer 2 ejercicios de arqueología pública en lo que llevamos en esta vigencia del instituto y, perdón, y nos permite haber desarrollado, digamos, bajo este precepto de arqueología pública, el trabajo con distintas comunidades. En un primer momento desarrollamos un piloto con una escuela de cultura campesina en una de las veredas de Usme. Usme es una localidad que tiene gran parte de su pues, en la ruralidad, y con ellos con esta escuela campesina desarrollamos una serie de ejercicios que nos pusieran a nosotros a pensar, bueno, ¿cómo acercamos a los niños y las niñas al patrimonio arqueológico? ¿Cómo empezamos a derribar esos estereotipos o esa lejanía que se cree con el patrimonio arqueológico y lo acercamos a su cotidianidad? Es decir, ¿cuál puede ser la relación que una persona tenga en su cotidianidad con el patrimonio arqueológico? Pues en la ruralidad y sobre todo en Colombia, los campesinos y las campesinas tienen una cotidianidad muy marcada con el patrimonio arqueológico en sus actividades diarias, a través de encontrar o hallar piezas arqueológicas que fueron heredadas de familia en familia. Tienen, digamos, como un acercamiento con las huacas que ellos llaman. Entonces, ¿cómo convertir eso de las huacas, eso de las memorias acerca de los objetos antiguos, convertirlo en algo cercano que nos permitiera generar un vínculo? Y por eso, digamos, hicimos una serie de ejercicios que nos llevaran desde reconocer cuáles eran las memorias más recientes de su familia, partiendo por ritos, costumbres, tradiciones que se generaran con sus distintos familiares, y cómo a partir de ahí empezamos a hacer un viaje hacia atrás. Un viaje hacia atrás que nos llevó a reconocer el territorio como un portador de historias, es decir, cómo nuestro entorno nos ha contado historias de las distintas formas en que se ha habitado la ciudad de Bogotá. Y a partir de allí hicimos diferentes ejercicios que derivaron en un último ejercicio de una excavación simulada arqueológica. En este proceso participaron alrededor de 17 niños y niñas y adolescentes de esta escuela campesina, y tuvimos la oportunidad de luego mostrar el proceso que habíamos hecho con ellos y ellas en uno de los festivales dentro del área arqueológica protegida. Se desarrollan un festival que hemos denominado el Festival de Patrimonios en Ruana, que hace alegoría a la relevancia de la cultura campesina en Usme, pero también de las diferentes actuaciones que el instituto ha logrado en activar el parque arqueológico. Entonces, en la imagen de la izquierda podemos ver una pequeña muestra que fueron cuáles fueron esas materialidades que a lo largo del proceso los niños y las niñas generaron en su entendimiento y en su acercamiento con el patrimonio arqueológico. Y en la imagen de la derecha podemos ver el ejercicio de arqueología de excavación simulada que desarrollamos con ellos y ellas, entendiendo cómo estos ejercicios nos permiten ir como huellas por el pasado, desde nuestro presente en el pasado. Estos ejercicios fueron muy importantes porque no solo logramos generar estos vínculos con los niños y las niñas en la apropiación de su patrimonio arqueológico, sino que también a través del desarrollo de estos ejercicios logramos fortalecer capacidades de los niños y las niñas que tienen con respecto a la investigación. Entonces, es un ejercicio que estuvo de la mano acompañada con un programa del instituto que se llama el programa de formación Ciminautas. Este programa del instituto está destinado a la formación en patrimonio de niños, niñas y adolescentes. Entonces, digamos que logramos no solo generar acercamientos, conocimiento de las técnicas arqueológicas, generar estos vínculos de los niños y las niñas con su pasado en el territorio, sino que también logramos hacer ejercicios pedagógicos que fortalecieron las capacidades propias que tienen los niños y las niñas. Esto es muy importante, ¿por qué? Porque nos muestra que la arqueología como ciencia tiene las herramientas y tiene la potencialidad para generar fortalecimiento de capacidades en las comunidades, no solo para interpelar los discursos arqueológicos, sino también para potenciar las capacidades locales que tiene la gente. Y eso puede derivar en procesos a largo plazo, procesos que nos lleven a fortalecer, cuidar y proteger y divulgar los sitios arqueológicos. Es decir, no solo cómo logramos protegerlos desde la normatividad, desde la ley, desde, digamos, toda la legislación, sino también cómo generamos estos procesos de herramientas pedagógicas, de herramientas de empoderamiento con las comunidades que permitan que ellos y ellas tengan las capacidades para proteger y cuidar los contextos arqueológicos o los sitios arqueológicos que están en su territorio. Este fue otro de los ejercicios de arqueología comunitaria que realizamos. Este fue propiamente ya realizado en el Parque Arqueológico de Usme. Trabajamos con 2 colegios de la localidad, la institución educativa Colegio Arte, que es un colegio rural, y la institución educativa distrital Miguel de Cervantes. Con ellos llevamos a cabo un proceso más o menos de 10 sesiones el año pasado, desde mayo hasta noviembre. Participaron en uno participaron 17 niños y niñas y en el otro participaron 26 niños, niñas y adolescentes. Y con ellos hicimos un proceso más largo que derivó en ejercicios reales de excavación de pozos de sondeo y de excavación de un corte arqueológico. ¿Cuál fue, digamos, la clave de este segundo proceso? Este segundo proceso lo vinculamos a las investigaciones arqueológicas que estamos desarrollando hoy en el parque y muchas de las preguntas que a ellos y a ellas les suscitaron durante el proceso son preguntas que nosotros recogimos para ser respondidas en el laboratorio. Aparte de esto, las reflexiones que los niños y las niñas y adolescentes generaron sobre el patrimonio arqueológico, sobre los objetos, sobre el significado de los objetos en el territorio, estas reflexiones se recogieron en unos dispositivos de divulgación que tenemos instalados en el parque, que son señaléticas. No son señaléticas pensadas en el sentido como uno las encuentra normalmente en los sitios arqueológicos abiertos, que solo indican el contexto arqueológico o indican una información académica puntual, sino que son unas señaléticas que son museográficas, es decir, que ponen al visitante a pensarse realmente los mensajes que están ahí construidos y cómo eso se relaciona con el entorno y la experiencia que está viviendo al recorrer el área arqueológica protegida o el parque arqueológico. Y esas reflexiones que hicieron los niños y las niñas sobre las materialidades, sobre las preguntas que les suscitaron en ese momento, fue posible pues recogerlas y plasmarlas ahí. Es decir, cuando un visitante llegue al Parque Arqueológico y del Patrimonio Cultural de Usme y haga este recorrido por esos dispositivos, va a conocer estos ejercicios que se hicieron en el marco de arqueología comunitaria, va a conocer las opiniones, las reflexiones y los sentires o los horizontes de sentido que tuvieron los niños y las niñas frente al patrimonio arqueológico. Y otra cosa también muy importante, nosotros como vemos hoy en día, el parque es como un ecosistema vivo. Este ecosistema tiene unos anillos de cuidado y esos anillos de cuidado es la integralidad de los patrimonios, como el patrimonio cultural, que está representado, digamos, por la cultura campesina en Usme, ha protegido este territorio, ha protegido el patrimonio arqueológico como su legado, como el patrimonio natural, digamos, también ha tenido un valor y una representación importante en el parque, y cómo ha sido también esa barrera protectora de los patrimonios que hay ahí, y en el centro el patrimonio arqueológico. Entonces, es una metáfora que nos permite entender la integralidad de los patrimonios, entendiendo que un territorio se puede gestionar, se puede derivar en procesos de participación incidente a partir de entender que lo arqueológico no es algo ajeno hace de miles de años y que solo puede ser objeto de estudio académico, sino que puede ser un objeto que permita la autogestión del territorio que permita planificar, planear el territorio desde la manera de una participación incidente. A eso le apuntamos nosotros con estos dos ejercicios de arqueología comunitaria que venimos desarrollando en el parque, que venimos posicionando y que, para cerrar, deriva en la connotación de algo muy importante. Y es un ejemplo de cómo los sitios arqueológicos o las áreas arqueológicas protegidas pueden tener distintos mecanismos de gestión. No solo de la protección, digamos, de conservar el territorio y el patrimonio arqueológico, sino que eso, entender las relaciones que ese sitio tiene con su entorno social, con su entorno político, con su entorno económico, y cómo estos procesos de participación comunitaria, de entender la arqueología como un bien público, permiten que esas áreas arqueológicas protegidas, parques arqueológicos, sitios arqueológicos, tengan modelos de gestión que les permitan fortalecer las capacidades locales para la toma de decisiones. Por ahí dejo yo y seguimos con Francisco.
Muchas gracias, Alejandra. Francisco.
Creo, todavía no te
¿tú dices?
escuchamos.
No te oímos.
No te oímos, Francisco. No sé si
Si te quitas
quieres
los micrófonos, ¿no? Los audífonos, ¿no? No tiene nada que ver.
hablar. No, no te tenemos todavía. No sé si mientras Pacho hace de pronto un cambio de computador con Jimena podemos empezar a hacer alguna conversación. Si Jimena tiene algunas
Sí,
preguntas para Alejandra y para mí,
tengo
mientras...
varias preguntas, de hecho.
ujú.
Pues preguntas que me gustaría saber, más que todo son comentarios, pero me gustaría saber sus opiniones. Entre ayer y hoy se ha discutido mucho sobre la necesidad o la importancia o la relevancia de tener como una definición de lo que es historia pública. Por lo que hemos visto, historia pública se hace diferente en Colombia, en Japón, en China, en muchas partes, pero una de las preguntas que surgió en relación a esa pregunta era cómo hacer historia pública del presente con fuentes del pasado. Y este ejemplo que ustedes ponen aquí es el ejemplo perfecto de que sí se puede. Entonces la discusión que surgía era ¿cómo hacer eso si historia pública es hablar con personas y tener como fuentes orales? Pero no es únicamente eso, yo creo. Yo no creo que historia pública sea solamente eso, y ustedes están demostrando perfectamente cómo el ejemplo, cómo sí se puede hacer. ¿Ustedes qué opinan de eso? ¿Cómo están entendiendo ustedes historia pública en general? ¿Qué opinan de eso? ¿Cómo están entendiendo ustedes historia pública en general?
¿Me escuchan? Ya te escuchamos, Francisco, ya te escuchamos, pero tenemos un retorno.
Ay, hola.
¿Francisco
Es que
habla?
no.
Todavía no. Tenemos un retorno. Bueno, mientras tanto vamos a contestar la pregunta de Jimena. Sí, pues en realidad, como tú ves un poco, es una propuesta de historia pública desde el patrimonio, ¿no? Digamos, tenemos una entrada desde lo patrimonial y por eso hicimos, digamos, este inicio de la presentación con la clave conceptual de los patrimonios integrados, que realmente, pues, digamos, como lo señalé al principio, de lo que parte es que se hace preguntas que son preguntas de presente, es decir, la activación del patrimonio solamente se hace desde el presente. Entendemos que el patrimonio no es estrictamente lo que nos llega del pasado, sino lo que activamos simbólicamente a través de preguntas de presente. En esa medida, Jimena, uno podría decir, para el campo de lo patrimonial, que el patrimonio no existe, sino que se activa, digamos, es como una primera idea más académica, digamos, por supuesto existe la dimensión de lo patrimonial y lo declarado, pero en perspectiva de las preguntas que se le hacen desde el presente a lo que realmente nos importa, no existiría, digamos, el patrimonio como tal, pero esto es más un tema conceptual. Como tú señalas, el caso de Usme es un ejemplo perfecto de lo que han estado discutiendo en estos días en las charlas, porque de alguna manera lo que está interrogando al Parque Arqueológico de Usme no es solamente, digamos, la entrada de lo arqueológico y la comprensión de las dinámicas de poblamiento o de vida de las sociedades prehispánicas, lo que está interrogando y, digamos, dándole forma a este parque arqueológico, que por eso lo llamamos Parque Arqueológico y de Patrimonio Cultural, son las preguntas que se hicieron las comunidades campesinas sobre cómo este argumento de lo arqueológico podía ser importante en sus reivindicaciones, por ejemplo, contra la expansión del borde urbano rural. Eso fue un primer momento. Cuando se declara el área arqueológica protegida, de alguna manera ya hay una conquista en que esas 30 hectáreas ya no van a ser objeto de expansión urbana y luego empiezan a surgir otras preguntas distintas sobre cómo relacionarnos con el parque, porque creo que hay un punto muy importante de tu pregunta, lo señalaba Alejandra Jimena, y es que sí había un dispositivo de relacionamiento con el parque antes de la declaratoria de lo arqueológico. Y era el dispositivo que tú debes conocer muy bien y muchas personas que nos oyen, y es la manera como las comunidades o la ciudadanía se relacionan con esos hallazgos del pasado. Digamos, en Colombia se habla mucho de las huacas y hay una cantidad de tradición oral relacionada con luces en la noche, con bolas de fuego, que son muy, muy tradicionales de la tradición oral andina, digamos, en relación con los hallazgos arqueológicos. Y de alguna manera es una pregunta importante, Jimena, porque tenemos una paradoja y es que al hacer la declaratoria arqueológica, de alguna manera, ese dispositivo de relacionamiento del campesinado que vivía alrededor del parque con el parque, de alguna manera queda un poquito en la sombra. Estamos de nuevo como otra vez no reconociendo esos otros saberes. La arqueología pública que proponemos es para resituar de alguna manera, en clave de niños y niñas, de enfoque diferencial, esos saberes que la declaratoria arqueológica como ciencia dura de alguna manera excluye, no sé si soy claro. Por eso la arqueología pública aquí entra para resituar un poquito esas preguntas de presente y no solo las preguntas de presente, sino los dispositivos a través de los cuales uno se relaciona o las comunidades se relacionan con los territorios y cómo precisamente esa dimensión de los patrimonios integrados que tiene el parque permite entender que la única, digamos, epistemología, si se quiere, no es solo la arqueológica, sino que otros saberes confluyen en la interpretación del lugar y en la manera como el lugar nos puede dar unos datos bien importantes para el ordenamiento territorial. Ahí dejo, no sé si Pacho quiere hacer una última prueba. Pacho, Francisco, ¿quieres intentar? No, no te tenemos. No sé si Alejandra quiere complementar un poco la pregunta de Jimena o Alejandra.
¿Ustedes me escuchan ahora?
No, todavía no, Francisco.
No.
Muy
Todavía no.
entrecortado, pero ya
Sí.
te escuchamos al menos.
Dale, Alejandra, si quieres complementar la respuesta.
No, es muy interesante las reflexiones, Jimena, que han hecho en cómo se construye la historia pública, precisamente porque yo creo que la arqueología en gran parte de su desarrollo, al menos en Colombia, se ha preocupado es por generar ese conocimiento sobre el pasado. Y nos ha faltado dar ese salto precisamente a poner en cuestión o poner en cuestionamiento de para qué estamos recogiendo toda esta información, es decir, solo para un ejercicio meramente académico, investigativo, para publicar artículos, pero ¿qué le deja eso al país? Es decir, algo que digamos retomamos es el conocimiento académico nos debe servir para el desarrollo del país, para potenciar capacidades, para poder desarrollar nuestros territorios y desde ahí, digamos, desde donde nosotros partimos y reconocemos que la arqueología es esa herramienta que nos sirve precisamente para poner en cuestionamiento estos conocimientos y cómo las comunidades se vinculan con esos conocimientos. Y al generar estos vínculos entre la comunidad, el patrimonio arqueológico y la arqueología como ciencia, pues nos damos cuenta que derivan procesos que no solo permiten democratizar el conocimiento o hacer una apropiación social del conocimiento, sino también que derivan en procesos interesantes de gobernanzas locales, es decir, de cómo si un elemento de lo patrimonial puede incidir en un proceso de gobernanza local y cómo eso le aporta a la construcción de un territorio, su desarrollo, su planeación estratégica incluso. Y creo que a partir de allí es que se empieza a construir la historia pública, es decir, esa historia que logra pasar del campo hegemónico, de lo académico, de lo investigativo y que permite dar ese salto y ese aporte a la construcción de la sociedad.
Alejandra, gracias. ¿Puedo hacerles otra pregunta o Pacho quieres ensayar otra vez?
¿Ustedes me escuchan? Estoy tratando de hacer...
Sí.
¿Ya?
Sí,
¿Ya?
sí, entonces habla, yo
Ok,
pregunto
bueno.
después. Yo pregunto después.
Bueno, listo. Finalmente lo logré, pues me disculpan por los inconvenientes aquí técnicos, pero bueno, justamente la idea de lo que están conversando Alejandra y Patrick hacía parte, digamos, un poco del ejercicio que traíamos preparado para hoy. Me tocó también hacer una reelaboración de lo que yo quería conversar y casi que me va a tocar entonces con base en lo que ellos han dicho y las preguntas que has hecho, Jimena, digamos, hacer un cierre de la exposición, de esta charla. Entonces, bueno, básicamente lo que yo traía, digamos, a este magnífico espacio de Public History y de Histories at Risk, tenía que ver justamente cómo entroncamos toda esta gran plataforma, tanto epistemológica como institucional, como antropológica, como de las ciencias sociales, como de los patrimonios en la que nos ha introducido Patrick, ya con un ejemplo de caso. Entonces voy a hacer el ejercicio de unir efectivamente eso, pues a través, digamos, de ese campo que conocemos como la arqueología pública. Y es que de un tiempo para acá, en particular en Colombia, y viendo las exposiciones previas, parece que también alrededor de otros lugares del mundo, la arqueología pública se volvió, digamos, un espacio que dentro del saber muy académico de la arqueología, tenía que ver por ley y por institucionalidad académica, básicamente hacer una difusión, una comunicación y hasta cierto punto una didáctica de lo que es el conocimiento sobre el pasado y de lo que hace la arqueología. Entonces, en ese sentido, la arqueología pública empezó a adquirir un carácter de qué es finalmente eso de hacer público el conocimiento arqueológico, el conocimiento del pasado, el conocimiento de la organización del pasado, el conocimiento de las estructuras económicas, políticas, ideológicas, en fin, del pasado. Entonces nos metimos como arqueólogos dentro de un marco de ley, dentro de un marco de institucionalidad, de que la arqueología debe ser para los públicos, ¿cierto? Debemos dar a conocer eso. Pero en la actualidad, hoy en día, la arqueología no puede seguir, digamos, ocupando esa posición, digámoslo, tan cómoda académicamente, pero hasta cierto punto tan simple y, me disculparán la palabra, tan irresponsable socialmente. Entonces la arqueología pública adquiere una dimensión epistemológica en donde la arqueología no es solo para los públicos, sino que también hace parte de una construcción desde los públicos, desde lo público y por los públicos. Entonces, la arqueología pública adquiere una dimensión en donde esto que les comentaba de la difusión, la comunicación y lo didáctico, que es como lo que más se acerca desde ese marco institucional y desde ese marco de ley, a lo que nos han conversado Patrick y a lo que nos ha conversado Alejandra, a tener un ámbito de lo público del pasado que se entronca, digamos, con el curso histórico de lo que pasa, por ejemplo, en una ciudad como Bogotá y en países como Colombia. Entonces, la arqueología pública deja de adquirir un carácter en donde no solo somos transparentes con la información que estamos dando, no solo estamos haciendo transferencias de conocimiento de acuerdo a lo que como científicos sociales sabemos, y no solo estamos divulgando esos conocimientos, ¿cierto? Esas técnicas de trabajo, ¿cierto? Y en general, no solo estamos divulgando nuestro trabajo per se. Entonces, la arqueología pública de un tiempo para acá básicamente se entronca en nuevas corrientes epistemológicas, en donde finalmente las estrategias de trabajo, como las que nos ha mostrado Alejandra, que tienen que ver efectivamente con la co-creación, con la co-construcción de narrativas sobre el pasado, se entronca en el trabajo nuestro de una arqueología social, en donde intervienen asociaciones locales, actores locales, y que dejan de lado un poquito lo que solo hasta cierto punto eran la típica visita guiada y digamos el típico entronque de estos actores locales con participar en las excavaciones, que ya fue un gran logro. No estoy demeritando eso, ya fue un gran logro. El hecho de que en las excavaciones participaran actores locales, es decir, es personal no especializado, es decir, personal que no se ha educado, digamos, técnicamente como arqueóloga o arqueólogo. Entonces, tras la participación activa de actores locales en los procesos técnicos y en los procesos de construcción, empiezan efectivamente a entroncar con esas historias propias que trae la gente, con este conocimiento propio que trae la gente. Entonces, algunas herramientas como la historia oral de esa historia local, como la etnoarqueología practicada desde sectores como las comunidades étnicas, como las comunidades campesinas, ¿cierto? Como pueblos como los rom, como lo conocimos en algún momento con estas experiencias con Antonio Vizcaíno en España, ¿cierto? Y adquieren una relevancia fundamental, ¿cierto? Entonces pasamos de un campo en donde llegan los arqueólogos y hacen exposiciones muchas veces muy chéveres, con un carácter interactivo, con un carácter de fuerte participación, digamos, del público en sí mismo, ¿cierto? Y de conferencias, efectivamente, con un alto nivel académico y debate y todo, a un espacio en donde lo que está propiciando fundamentalmente la arqueología pública, por lo público y desde lo público, es la recuperación de la memoria histórica con un sentido de apropiación de su pasado, luego con un sentido de apropiación de un patrimonio que existe, pero que finalmente pues no nos hemos dado, digamos, a la tarea no solo de conocerlo, sino también de propiciar la coconstrucción de nosotros como académicos con esas memorias históricas locales. Entonces, entramos a un ámbito de la arqueología pública, por lo público, desde lo público, en donde uno de los escenarios fundamentales de interacción entre actores locales, entre campesinos, indígenas, LGBTI, y todas, digamos, las alteridades, como las mencionaba Patrick, intervienen en pro de cómo percibimos públicamente el pasado, cómo construimos públicamente el pasado y cómo socializamos públicamente ese pasado. Entonces, la arqueología pública nos permite repensar el pasado a partir de alteridades, a partir de múltiples percepciones y conceptos. Y es en ese juego, en esa interactividad, donde el pasado se reapropia, porque lo tienen. No solo se lo apropian, sino que se lo reapropian para reimaginarlo, para reconstruirlo permanentemente, e incluso para que la huaca, el fuego fatuo, lo que pasa en la Semana Santa y todo eso, genere nuevas narrativas en sí misma desde los actores locales y para los actores locales. Entonces, casi que ya para concluir, con base en esta propuesta que les hemos traído hoy desde el IDPC, desde el Instituto Distrital de Patrimonio Cultural, desde lo que implica anclar a la arqueología pública en una estructura poderosa como la estructura integrada de patrimonio, y que ella en sí misma haya hecho entronque con una herramienta de ordenamiento territorial poderosa como el POT, como el Plan de Ordenamiento Territorial de Bogotá, nos convoca a algo que como arqueólogos dentro de lo público, por lo público y para lo público, está adquiriendo una fuerza fundamental y que no tiene nada que ver con qué sabemos del pasado, cómo sabemos eso del pasado o cómo construimos el pasado, sino que tiene que ver con una disciplina que en términos de su profesión está adquiriendo una agencia social fundamental. La arqueología pública y en particular desde el IDPC y desde lo que hemos visto en Usme ha adquirido un fuerte carácter de activismo social. ¿Sí? Y ese activismo social no solo tiene que ver con la responsabilidad desde la institucionalidad y desde todas y todos como arqueólogas o como arqueólogos sobre lo que queremos saber del pasado, sino sobre la responsabilidad que tenemos todos como habitantes de una sociedad, como habitantes de una ciudad como Bogotá, que tiene efectivamente un fuerte componente rural y urbano, y como individuos que tenemos una agencia individual, y es la responsabilidad que tenemos todos sobre el patrimonio arqueológico como un componente fundamental de la construcción de sociedad. Entonces, en ese sentido, la arqueología pública adquiere una responsabilidad institucional ante la sociedad civil sobre la gestión pública que estamos haciendo del pasado. Entonces, la gestión pública que estamos haciendo del pasado implica lo que ya todos ustedes han visto, y es una innovación organizativa y de la gestión desde lo institucional hasta el conocimiento propio de lo académico, y implica una innovación en la gestión del patrimonio arqueológico en Colombia. Eso es lo que se está planteando desde el IDPC y desde la estructura integrada de patrimonios, ¿cierto? Y un tercer elemento que yo quisiera resaltar es que las intervenciones arqueológicas que se hacen en Bogotá, y en particular en la Sierra del Carmen, en el Parque Arqueológico del Patrimonio Cultural en Usme, no solo implica la responsabilidad frente a la intervención arqueológica para determinar qué profundidad cronológica tiene el asentamiento del parque, finalmente cómo estaban organizadas las casas, sus enterramientos y la organización social de una antigua comunidad muisca, y que ya sabemos que efectivamente tiene un arraigo histórico mucho más profundo, porque ya empezamos a encontrar materiales pre-muiscas, los ancestros de los muiscas, incluso 200, 400 años antes de Cristo, sino que todo esto y con las comunidades que viven alrededor del parque, con el trabajo que se ha hecho en comunidad y todo, y es finalmente cómo repensamos a la arqueología como un elemento fundamental para el planeamiento urbanístico y de los patrimonios en Colombia. Entonces aquí quisiera mencionar casi que un último elemento, y es que si bien la arqueología se ha comprometido con un activismo social, ha repotenciado la agencia social y la agencia individual en territorios, también se ha convertido desde lo institucional, como el Instituto Distrital de Patrimonio Cultural, como un elemento de factor de desarrollo en la sociedad actual. Esa es la razón por la cual la arqueología se integró literalmente de manera muy bien articulada al patrimonio, a la estructura integral. Entonces, la arqueología como un factor de desarrollo se ha vuelto un campo dialógico y multidialógico en donde la ciencia es un elemento más, y la ciencia sobre el pasado, para construir comunidad. Y para, tras la construcción de comunidad, democratizar no solo conocimientos y maneras de conocer, sino finalmente como un espacio para generar nueva sociedad civil de alguna manera. Entonces, la arqueología como factor de desarrollo también ya nos tiene en un ámbito de lo público y de lo político sobre lo público muy significativo. porque sabemos que efectivamente a través de nuestra disciplina, independientemente de lo que digamos del pasado, está generando maneras de construir comunidad y de maneras efectivamente de democratizar lo que conocemos sobre el pasado ahí sí, lo que proponemos debe ser el pasado, como lo apuntaba Alejandra, para vernos a futuro como sociedad. Entonces, la arqueología pública, y aquí cierro, finalmente se ha vuelto un campo que ha trascendido, a pesar de sus nuevos derroteros epistemológicos, el conocimiento, y ha trascendido a espacios de lo político y de lo social, fuertemente anclados en proyectos de democracias cada vez más participativas y de comunidades que se reconfiguran y se reconceptualizan. Y para nosotros es maravilloso saber que finalmente la arqueología se ha vuelto una herramienta que ha facilitado y que ha potenciado esos procesos. Entonces, pues, en un futuro tan incierto y más en los lugares donde nos tocó vivir, el pasado se ha convertido en una herramienta de construcción social. Y qué mejor que tener la oportunidad de poder ver esto en una ciudad tan compleja como la de Bogotá. Entonces, yo aquí cierro y nuevamente agradezco a ti, Jimena, y a la gente en Manchester, y a la gente en Luxemburgo, y a la gente en Nueva York, que finalmente podrá acceder a estos contenidos y con quienes esperamos en un futuro tener nuevas oportunidades de seguir mostrando nuestro trabajo. Pues muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Francisco. Muchas gracias a los tres por la presentación. Pues sobra decir que a mí me pareció excelente, maravillosa, fantástica, la que más me gustó de todas, pero obviamente pues no soy objetiva. Voy a hacerles otra pregunta que ustedes ya tocaron el tema, pero me gustaría que me contaran un poquito más. En las discusiones que hemos tenido en estos días también se ha discutido mucho sobre la tensión que sigue existiendo entre lo académico y lo no académico. Porque los historiadores públicos y los arqueólogos públicos tratamos no, pero somos como una especie de puente entre las comunidades y la academia, entonces siempre hay como la tensión. Entonces, por ejemplo, ayer unos presentadores de un museo en Canadá, un museo de ciencia en Canadá, nos contaron que ellos han logrado como negociar esa tensión, dándoles todo el crédito y toda la autoridad a las comunidades mismas. O sea, todos los contenidos son de ellos y cuando se acaban las exposiciones, ellos se las devuelven a la comunidad. Esta mañana unos archivistas comunitarios de la India nos contaron que para ellos es muy difícil, además precisamente por la cantidad de idiomas diferentes, entonces que es una negociación constante porque siempre hay mucha ansiedad en la comunidad, ustedes para qué quieren esto y qué van a hacer con esto. Entonces yo quisiera saber que ustedes cómo han logrado esa negociación, cómo ha sido el proceso de ustedes con la comunidad, cómo han logrado entrar, las mediaciones y negociaciones que han tenido que hacer en este caso específico de Usme.
Gran pregunta.
Creo que esa pregunta tiene nombre propio, Alejita, te tocó lanzarte.
Yo creo.
Bueno, está bien. Pues no, básicamente ha sido un proceso muy similar al que el caso del que nos mencionas. Por ejemplo, el segundo ejemplo que mostramos del trabajo que hicimos con los niños y las niñas de los colegios en Usme, varias de las reflexiones, de las interpretaciones que ellos hacían sobre los diferentes patrimonios, las logramos poner en estas piezas de señalética y les damos los créditos, es decir, todos los ejercicios participativos que realizamos durante el año pasado y que venimos realizando este año y que están, digamos, en estos dispositivos de divulgación del instituto, cuentan con los créditos de la comunidad. para nosotros es muy importante el reconocimiento de la comunidad, de quienes han participado en nuestros procesos, porque como yo le decía, un precepto, digamos, del que partimos es el reconocimiento de la agencia que tienen las comunidades, los niños, las niñas, los adolescentes, jóvenes, adultos, como portadores de los derechos culturales. Nosotros reivindicamos desde el instituto el derecho cultural a aportar tu patrimonio. Y en ese sentido es el reconocimiento también que damos y los créditos que damos a quienes nos han contribuido a nuestros ejercicios participativos, ejercicios interpretativos. Entonces sí tenemos un diálogo con la comunidad. Obviamente la entrada ha sido también un poco fácil en el sentido en el que el parque o el área arqueológica protegida se logró declarar gracias a la movilización social y la institución, digamos, desde un principio ha estado como en la apertura, en el diálogo y en el reconocimiento de que es gracias a esa movilización social que hoy tenemos el parque arqueológico. Entonces, eso también ha abierto los canales de comunicación y ha fortalecido los procesos de participación que hemos desarrollado.
Gracias, Alejandra. Entonces, es la misma, la comunidad también, entonces, digamos, cuida al parque en algún sentido. ¿Sí? Sí, que esa ha sido como una de las grandes discusiones que se han establecido, que hemos tenido estos 2 días, porque el interés de la Federación Internacional de Historia Pública es como de promover historia pública y crear puentes y espacios de investigación y redes a través del mundo entero, pero como en cada parte del mundo se hace de forma diferente, a veces es muy difícil llegar a acuerdos. Entonces se está discutiendo, ¿realmente necesitaremos una definición de historia o arqueología pública? Les hago esa pregunta a ustedes, o simplemente hablar del quehacer público, como alguna vez hablamos con Francisco y Antonio Vizcaíno, precisamente.
Francisco.
¿Me tocó a mí? ¿Esa?
Pues, o a cualquiera. Pues,
bueno, preguntas complejas las que haces, efectivamente.
pero no es para, aquí no vamos a dar respuestas definitivas, es simplemente para abrir discusión y que sobre todo a mí lo que me interesa es que la gente en Europa y los espectadores de este taller sepan lo que se está haciendo en Colombia y que además está a la par o a veces inclusive un poco más adelante que en otros lugares del mundo. Hay discusiones que se han dado en Colombia y en Latinoamérica que llevan mucho tiempo, que no son nuevas para otros lugares donde se hace historia pública ahora.
Sí, donde se hace historia pública y la arqueología pública, digamos, como parte de ese gran campo de la historia pública. Yo trataría, digamos, como de enlazar varias de las cosas que hemos estado conversando aquí para poder responder tu pregunta de la siguiente manera. Y es, sin duda alguna, hay toda una serie de ortodoxias, de unos sectores que están fuertemente afiliados a esas ortodoxias, en donde parte de esos sectores y de esos programas ortodoxos es que hay unas historias, voy a usar la palabra de Patrick al inicio, hegemónicas, ¿cierto? Que finalmente no están muy interesadas y muy interesados, digamos, en el reconocimiento de la alteridad, no solo de los conocimientos que la gente tiene, no solo de las historias que la gente tiene, sino de agentes sociales que están en capacidad de producir nuevas narrativas. Entonces, las historias públicas entroncan muy bien ahí, la arqueología pública entroncan muy bien ahí, porque finalmente no estamos diciendo que cualquier conocimiento que queramos sobre, en pro o para o desde el pasado es válido en sí mismo, sino que el proceso de co-construcción de nuestros pasados y de nuestras historias son fundamentales. ¿Por qué? Porque hay toda una serie de conocimientos, llamémoslos vernáculos y no vernáculos, que están entrando en diálogo y que lo que están potenciando no es que tanto conocemos sobre nuestra historia, sobre nuestros patrimonios, sobre nuestro pasado, sino cómo estos tres elementos se están volviendo herramientas fundamentales de construcción social. Entonces estamos hablando de que la historia pública y la arqueología pública están potenciando escenarios democráticos y de fortalecimiento de comunidad. Y claramente, pues a la ortodoxia y a los sectores ortodoxos eso no les gusta. Pero parece ser que es finalmente ahí sí el curso que están tomando muchas historias locales, muchas historias urbanas, muchas historias rurales. Y como, bueno, está bien, no lo voy a decir abiertamente, pero como dirían, digamos, desde hace un tiempo, pues finalmente la historia no la para nadie, Jimena. Y qué rico saber que desde un ámbito como el de la arqueología pública, como el desde la historia pública, como desde la dirección de un instituto fortaleciendo procesos territoriales, apoyando nuevas maneras epistemológicas de concebir toda una serie de realidades complejas como la estructura integradora de patrimonios, en fin, están potenciando justamente esa historia que, querámoslo o no, nadie la va a parar. Pero entonces la historia pública es finalmente, así como la arqueología pública, un gran conjunto de nuevas maneras para que el conocimiento sea público, para que construyamos conocimiento de manera pública. Y eso se llama democracia y generación de comunidad. Eso se llama construcción de sociedad.
Y tal vez ahí, solamente para complementar a Francisco, Jimena, yo creo que ese debate pues debe ser un debate cuidadoso, el de decir qué es historia pública, porque realmente los contextos, bueno, ustedes lo han visto durante todos estos días de conferencias, son bien distintos. Yo creo que una de las preguntas más sobre la arqueología pública es que si bien cumple un papel fundamental, como lo hemos visto hoy, en este proceso de, digamos, de arqueología pública con niños y niñas y de debate, digamos, sobre la interpretación campesina de un hallazgo para defender derechos territoriales. em, yo creo que de alguna manera es bueno que la arqueología pública en esta labor de mediación que tú señalas pueda tener un poco más en cuenta esos dispositivos de relacionamiento con el pasado que a veces sin querer, digamos, está validando la voz de quienes están, digamos, alrededor de estos lugares y se están dejando participar, pero todavía hay una camisa epistémica, me parece bastante fuerte en términos de validar eso que yo llamaba más atrás los dispositivos de relacionamiento con los pasados o con las historias, digamos, porque la arqueología lo que sí hace es que sí pone un dispositivo, digamos, si bien lo abre la comunidad, pone un solo dispositivo. El hecho de abrirlo a niños y niñas ya nos empieza a abrir unas ventanas muy interesantes, como lo ha señalado Alejandra, pero creo que todavía nos cuesta mucho comprender los dispositivos de relacionamiento con los pasados sin enmarcarlos en unas definiciones preestablecidas. Y creo que por ahí hay un reto bien interesante. Yo insisto, los campesinos conocían el parque, se relacionaban con el parque, no desde la narrativa arqueológica, digamos, no desde el hallazgo, sino desde una serie de dispositivos culturales que le daban sentido a ese territorio que sabían sagrado en un sentido amplio, quiero decir, no en la sacralidad muisca prehispánica, sino que sabían especial o distinto, sí. Y eso, digamos, detectar esos dispositivos es bien importante en estos debates, digamos, siempre contar con los dispositivos culturales de las comunidades con las que nos queremos relacionar en el marco de las historias públicas o las arqueologías públicas me parece fundamental y entender que una vez pasa esto, es muy impredecible lo que va a pasar después. En el caso de Usme, por ejemplo, el debate ya no es solamente cómo detenemos la expansión del borde urbano rural, sino realmente cómo nos identificamos con una identidad de borde sur, por ejemplo. Y hay otra pregunta que aparece después de que empieza la institucionalidad a intervenir, que complejiza aún más el panorama. Ya la reivindicación primaria de detener la expansión se logró, y ahora hay una pregunta sobre las identidades, los umbrales, lo liminal, la frontera, que también empieza a jugar el parque un papel muy importante ahí. Entonces, cuando uno abre esa metodología que yo, digamos, me parece absolutamente importante, la que ustedes han estado discutiendo, la que ustedes quieren socializar y divulgar, que es la de la historia pública, siempre tiene que saber que es difícil predecir qué va a pasar, en un buen sentido, quiero decir, se abren muchos sentidos nuevos de lo comunitario y de las interpretaciones de sus pasados, que al final son lo que constituyen lo que llama Francisco un escenario de debate democrático.
Muchas gracias, Patrick. Sí, yo estoy de acuerdo con ustedes y también me parece importante, a mí me parece interesantísimo este ejemplo de Usme, me parece de verdad como un ejemplo a seguir, y podría decir que el ejemplo que vi esta mañana de los archiveros comunitarios de la India también me pareció supremamente importante, pero también me parece importante hacer notar que estas discusiones, como Patrick bien lo ha dicho, son nuevas, digamos, en la terminología que les damos nosotros de historia pública, pero que han estado ahí siempre. Entonces, los historiadores públicos y arqueólogos públicos no estamos descubriendo nada, no estamos haciendo nada nuevo, sino simplemente tratando de darle voz a esas comunidades, y ahí es donde me parece que hay que tener cuidado también, y es un debate y un esfuerzo pues continuo, ¿no? Continuo, porque es muy fácil caer como en apropiaciones y en cosas de las que siempre nosotras pues tratamos de tener cuidado. Me gustaría para cerrar saber si ustedes tienen algún comentario, alguna conclusión, si quieren añadir algo. ¿No? Bueno, si no es más, pues ya nos quedan solo 2 minutos. Quiero darles las gracias por aceptar la invitación a este taller de Historia Pública Global de Histories, arte y Explorers. Espero que no sea la última vez que estemos en contacto y que podamos tener conversaciones a futuro. Y pues eso, muchas gracias. Apenas estén los videos listos, yo se los hago llegar. Les agradezco mucho.
Gracias, Jimena, por la invitación.